Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Today is Wednesday, April 20th, and we're going to come out of recess, and we'll reconvene as the Board of Equalization. It's 1 o'clock on Wednesday, and so we're going to start with our first appeal, which is Dale, is it pronounced Doan?
Yes.
All right, come forward, sir, to the podium, and the Equalization Office will present first, and then you, and then they'll go again, and then we'll have some questions for you, okay?
Thank you. Our first appeal is parcel 230.10.07.010. It's owned by Dale Doan. It's located at 208 East 3rd in Worthing. It's a single-family property of 664 square feet. It does sit on a lot, approximately 7,100 square feet. The home is on a slab foundation. The property did go through the local board process of appeals, and the local board lowered it to $63,092. The assessor did appeal that decision back to county board. As you can see, it's referenced in a few different areas on the appeal that the property was recently purchased in 2020 for $138,500. The current assessed value for 22 is $84,220. We have 3 sales that we felt were fairly comparable to the subject property, all located within Worthing. We felt our most comparable was comparable number 2. It also sold in 2020 for $100,000. It was a single-family residence, small like the subject property, and they're equally assessed. The subject property is assessed at $112 per square foot. The cost comparables are between $96 and $108 per square foot, and the market is indicating a market price range between $92 and $163 per square foot. Our map shows where the subject is located in the northeast corner of the map, and our comparables are relatively close. I will take note on the subject property condition. The homeowner didn't appear to have let the assessor know there were any updates on the home. However, pictures from the sales listing shown has been completely remodeled. And I'll also note that there are building permits taken out in 2016 on the home, and there was a new garage built in 2016 of 704 square feet, and also new doors, windows, and shingles in 2016. We just can't confirm the interior updates, although they were viewed. That's all that the assessor has.
Okay, thank you, Carla. Mr. Doan, go ahead, make your presentation to us.
Okay, what do I need to?
Just give me your name and address.
My name's Dale Doan. My address is 208 East 3rd Street, Worthing. And I'm going to have him speak for me.
Okay.
That's all right.
You can go sit down. Thanks. One of the fatal flaws I think I found in this is the land was actually, maybe Carla can check and verify this, but I believe that the tax assessment had a freeze on it. And so when the when the property was purchased, it had a lower taxable value. It should have had a condition that showed it was a frozen tax, and then there was the actual rate when he purchased. So anyway, I'm going to read for Dale. I am asking for your help in appealing this property assessment for 2022. I am a 70% service-connected disabled veteran. I purchased this home in 2020. I'm a first-time homeowner. I'm awaiting my second VA evaluation to have my 70% made permanent. VA lost my paperwork, and I had to start my disability paper all over again. It'll take me 1 to 2 years. This home works for me, which is one level, which is necessary for me, is I'm able to walk with leg braces and a cane. I sometimes have to use oxygen. I also had a neck fusion last fall, which has left me with even less mobility. Upon purchase of the property, it was assessed at $29,646. This year it went up to $84,220. Last summer, I sustained hail and tornado damage to my home and have not able to repair the shingles, eaves, or roof vents due to high insurance deductibles. I am 69 years old, but fall a little short of the eligibility of the property tax deduction. My home has a current cost of $112 per square foot. Cost comparisons sent to me by Equalization offices in Worthing show a cost for the main floor runs an average of 100 square foot. So I feel this assessment is somewhat overstated. As I realize this may not sound like a lot, it is a big jump for me on a limited income and making house payments. I would ask to see that you look at this property and see anything else can be done. I want to pay my fair share in taxes, but I could, and maybe could afford to pay a little more. Another thing is it's a 6.5 foot roof. My son can't even walk in without having to duck. He has to go through a closet to get to the bathroom, and I consider it a 3/4 bath instead of a full bath. And so I think there's a few more comparisons that we're not really looking at apples to apples. And I gave the commissioners a piece of paper to pass along, and I will ask you to review that too as we discuss. Thank you.
Okay, I got to let Carla's office make a rebuttal. Go ahead, if you have one. If you'd like to say anything.
I mean, I understand the concept that the appellant is saying the layout or design and layout of the house is irregular, but that is usually determined by the sale price of a property. People won't usually pay more for a home that is irregular in design and layout. We are very much under-assessed on this particular property in accordance with the sales. 3/4 bath, full bath, 3-fix bath in the assessment world, no matter if you're in using Vanguard valuation software or Marshall Swift, it's a full bath. 3-fix is a full bath. You don't have to have a tub and shower to not be considered a full bath. We're different than the real estate world on that particular thing. I don't know about the storm damage. That was never indicated by our office that there's been any damage to the home, whether the shingles, have they been replaced?
No.
That's
No,
what
and
I
once
wanted
again,
to-
if you went through Worthing last year, you could see that all the houses have seen some kind of damage.
Well, that's what I wanted to zero in on here as well. I think Carla brings up a good point, is what is the damage and what is the value of the damage? Could Mr. Doan maybe tell us?
If you have an estimate.
Is the roof leaking?
No, it's
No.
not that. Is there any documentation that shows he's had anybody look at it to get an estimate of what the value is to repair it?
Yes.
Does he have that document?
Insurance company sends an evaluation out.
Does he have it?
Not with us.
Okay.
And I don't think we really touched on his point of it being assessed at 29 and assuming that it had a tax freeze on it. We did look into that and it didn't have one. If it did have one, it's always still assessed at its true and full value.
Right.
And the freeze is an exemption applied to the new value each year in order to bring the taxable value back to the frozen value at that point in time. So
That may be true, but that kind of percentage of markup is intense for anybody. And it was almost, what, 400%?
yeah, but really this is a good example of why we needed to do the reappraisal in Lincoln County, and we've been doing that now for 6 years. So
Right.
this was a long time coming.
Okay, so I'm going to close the floor to testimony. Commissioners, do you have any comments, questions, or recommendations? Or do you want to have Mr. Doan bring that paperwork in and table this to the 26th?
Dale, what sources of income do you have presently?
VA, disability, and social security, retirement.
Okay. I don't care if Mr. Chair, if that's consent of the board, that'd be fine too.
Well, if he's got some paperwork that can tell us what the storm damage is, we've done this for other people over the last couple days. You can bring it up. If this commission votes to do it, they can table it to the 26th. You got to bring your paperwork in. You got to validate that, sir. But it's up to this commission if they want to push it off to the 26th or not.
What do you want to do?
fine with that.
Well, need a motion and a second.
May I ask
And
one
any
question?
questions? Go ahead.
Tony, could you come up and the question will be is, can you give me a rough idea how much that damage was by the insurance company? Okay, come on.
I didn't hear that. What was that?
17.
Dale says 17,000.
Thank you.
He thinks.
I think we could, if that is the factor, I would say that I would motion that we direct the equalization office to reduce his assessment by the amount not to exceed $17,000 based on the insurance paperwork that he'll need to present to the office by May 5th. So he doesn't have to actually come back.
By May 3rd.
Or May 3rd, thank you.
It's a contingency motion, I understand. Is there a
Yep.
second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second? Any discussion? If not, clerk will call a roll.
Okay, just get me clarification. So it's, he's going to go and talk with the
He needs to present, the motion is a contingent motion, that he will be able to reduce, the office will reduce his assessed value on the structure based on the information he'll provide from his insurance company as to the amount of damage on his property due to the storm, and that it's not to exceed $17,000. And if he does so, that the office is directed to reduce that, so.
May I address the board?
Yes.
So can we just, if the paperwork is presented, shouldn't we verify to see if that, it's been corrected?
What corrected?
I mean,
He's saying
if
it
the
hasn't been
roof has
fixed.
been fixed?
No, he's saying it hasn't been fixed,
Well,
so
should
that's
we
why,
confirm that?
if you feel like you would like to, absolutely.
I do.
Okay, I will. Okay. If it hasn't been fixed, then the value would be reduced. If it has been fixed, then it doesn't, but he's saying he hasn't been fixed, so I believe that. But if you wish to do it, I have no objection to that.
Okay, clerk will call a roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes.
I'd like to thank the commission
I
and
have one more
equalization for their time.
question
Thank you.
for the staff. If and when he becomes 100% disabled, what happens to his assessment and taxes at that time?
As the current law reads, if he's 100% disabled or unemployable, the VA exemption on the assessment is $150,000 off the assessed value.
So in this case, he would
He'd be 100% tax exempt.
100%. Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Carla.
Next up is Mr. Bernard Zahn. Are you here, Mr. Zahn? Or is Mr. Zahn on the phone?
He will be on the phone.
Gibbon's got it. No, Gibbon's got it.
Mr. Zahn, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Mr. Zahn, here's how this is going to work. Since you're over the phone, the assessor's office is going to make a presentation first, then you'll speak second. They get to reply to you, and then you may get some questions from the board, okay?
All right.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Carla.
The next appeal is parcel number 230.15.04.012, owned by Bernard and Artis Zahn. It's located at 400 West First Street in Worthing. It's a single-family home of 1,456 square feet. It is a 1978 mobile home. It does sit on a lot that is approximately 18,750 square feet, 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom. It did go through the local board of equalization, and the local board lowered it to $50,000. The current assessment is $107,459. The assessor's office is recommending no change as the property falls in line with cost and market approaches to value. You can see from some of our comparables, 2 of which are also mobile homes that sit on foundations. We felt the most comparable to the subject property was comparable number 1. It sold for $207,000 in 2021. Our current assessment on the subject property is $21 per square foot. The comparables are indicating a range between $37 and $121 per square foot. Now, keep in mind, this is not sitting on a foundation, so the range is somewhat skewed in a way because of the basement finish and the added for the valuation of the basement. You can see in the map where the subject property is located in the north central portion of the map, and the comparable properties are scattered not too far away from the subject property, all within the general vicinity. The assessor's information in regards to condition, the home is in normal condition. Homeowner was home and verified the interior information with the assessor. We weren't granted interior inspection, but it was verified through verbal. Again, the assessor's office is recommending no change to the current 2022 assessment value.
Okay, thank you, Carla. Mr. Zahn, would you go ahead and say your piece and make your case for your appeal here?
Well, a person's taxes go up 129% in 1 year is quite a jump. And you got my land assessed for $63,700. Now, my land, every time heavy rain, I get flooded out. I've had 3 foot of water in my garage. It's in low land, so I don't think that correction would be right at all, that kind of for my property. My mobile home is old. It's been in this 1978. You got it valued at $43,000, which I think is too high. All in all, I think it's quite a jump for 1 year. I've got all my piece of papers here through the years, and it's always went going down, but now to take this big a jump, that's way too much.
Mr. Zahn, is that everything you wanted to say, or do you have more?
No, I guess that's all I got to say.
Okay, Carla?
I don't have any questions for the appellant.
Okay, members of the board.
Mr. Zahn, have you done any upgrades to your 1978 trailer? I mean, your mobile home?
Judge, what you mean? No, I didn't. No, not since '78. I have. I put new windows in. That's been 15 years ago, I suppose, 20 years ago.
Anything done to your heating? Anything like that? Air furnace stuff?
Outside, you mean?
Yeah.
It's got it's got siding on it now.
Okay. I have no more questions for him.
Any other members of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I have one question or one part of this I would like to get into a little bit. I don't think there's any discretion on the valuation of the home or the building. I do have a question for staff on the land. We have a $140 on the most comparable or comparable, but yet a $340 a square foot for the subject property. Please enlighten me. Thank you.
What's that again? I didn't understand that.
Hold on, Mr. Zahn. Commissioner Poppins was asking a question of the Equalization
Yes.
Office. He asked them to explain a discrepancy regarding the comparables that are listed. And they're going to give an answer here, so just hold on a second.
So, in every city, we look for bare lot sales in order to come up with the value for our assessments for our lots. And we were able to find a bare lot sale right across the street from this property. So, that's a pretty good indication of the current value for lots in Worthing. But most of the sales that we're seeing are in this portion of town up here. You can see that, there's a new development going in here. And so we do have a different lot pricing for this section of town than we do for the rest of town. I'm not 100% sure if this part of town is also included, but I believe the older part here and maybe down here is at a different valuation schedule for the lots there in town. Much like Canton is that way too. It's split into 4 different sections and land rates as well. We do the same thing for commercial versus, residential land. So.
Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions?
And I want to delve into that just a little bit more. I don't disagree that a good valuation was used for the subject property. As Carla and you have gotten to know me, I look at equalization, and so I'm trying to compare that segment of it. There may be some differential, but I can't quite, in my mind, believe there's that much. I would say that the error is probably on the comparable, but, which then would justify why the gentleman paid $207,000 back in '21 for that.
So the other thing to keep in mind is that with this land valuation, so in Worthing, there's 3 sections. And in section 1, it's $1.40 a square foot, all the way through to whatever size lot you have. In section 2, it's $2.25 a square foot, all the way through to whatever size lot you have. In section 3, on the subject property, the first 25,000 square foot of a lot, which is a pretty large residential lot, is $3.40 a square foot. After that, we have it tiered so that they're paying $1 a square foot for anything above and beyond 25,000 square feet.
Okay, that's my question then. So enlighten me on the differential in the tiers, why there's that much differential in the city of Worthing for residential lots.
Yeah, in that first 25,000 square feet.
Nope, from tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3.
I mean, at a certain point, they're all gonna merge except for tier 1, or section 1 and section 2, which is $1.40 and $2.25 a square foot. I think if you're familiar with Canton, or just any city in general, there are more desirable parts of town.
Oh, I absolutely agree with it. This is just percentage-wise seems extreme to me. And
Sure.
I'm gonna have to, without, I think, some exact sale that was in the 140 square foot that solidified that tier versus this tier, I'm going to have a motion to reduce the gentleman's,
One
First-
moment before you do that.
And
Okay.
Ethan, just to follow up on Commissioner Poppins, I want to ask that question, what you thought he was going to ask you with regard to where do you get the value in that tier from?
So there's different ways to come up with lot values. The most straightforward and simple method, and I would say the most favorable method, is to find bare lot sales, but that's oftentimes not even possible. So then you can do other options. There's an allocation method, which would be generally about 15 to 20% of the total value of the property is put on the lot. But typically, we try to use a different approach, would be the land residual technique, which would be taking the total sale value and taking out the assessed value of the improvements, and then you're left over with the residual land value. And we do that for all the sales that we have for that time period or that study period, and then use like a median residual land value for those sections to come up with our values.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners?
I have a question for staff. We have a 1978 mobile home, which is a depreciating value every year. If you finance a mobile home, they are very different than a stick-built home. And we've compared that to a 1997 home. Now, I don't know if any of you have lived in a mobile home. I have. And I know that a 1978 mobile home is probably far less of a structure than a 1997 because the building codes changed a great deal. Unless he's taken the siding off, many of those are 2x2 sidewalls instead of 2x4s or 2x6s. So I think, when I look at this and I thought that comparison, I thought I'm not really comfortable with that kind of situation with a 20-year deficit. Because I think they're entirely different in their structure and their safety requirements. So consequently, I don't know what you were thinking, Mr. Poppins, but I was prepared to do an adjustment as well.
Well, and I know the assessor's office does its level best, but this is a mobile home, and, I guess we'd have to agree to disagree on,
Federal standards for mobile homes changed, I believe, in 1976.
They've changed since then.
Commissioner Schmidt, I don't disagree that is less, but I do want to draw your attention that based on a square foot, it's less than half the square foot assessed value as the property on 405 West Fourth.
Let's hear what you're.
So,
I had a
but I
Oh,
do.
you got another question.
I do
Well,
have
go
the
ahead,
land
Commissioner
valuation
Poppins.
worksheet, but I can't show it.
okay.
You
so
weren't done
hold
yet.
on.
I have a motion, but
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, go ahead and make it.
I would move that we place the land value at 42,187 dollars, leaving the house and the accessory buildings the same, for a total of $85,896.
Do we have a second on that?
I'll second it then.
Got a motion,
Basically, I brought the land down to the number 2 tier of land value.
got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
The question I had for the assessor's office, the other buildings were what again?
There's a large detached garage.
Okay, thank you.
It's $31,000. It's at $21 a square foot versus the 48 already.
Right.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zahn. You've been granted some relief here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Joseph and Barbara Wiesenbach, and I believe they're joining us over the phone today.
That is correct. Our next parcel is parcel 230.50.02.001, owned by Joseph and Barbara Weisenbach, located at 205 Oak Street in Worthing, South Dakota. Single-family home on approximately 13,500 square feet, 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, does have some lower-level finish. It did go to the local board of equalization, in which the local board lowered it down to $130,000. The assessor's office did appeal it back. We felt our comparables were strong for this particular property. We have a current assessed value of $198,481. The assessor's office is recommending no change as the property assessment falls in line with both cost and the market approaches to value. You can see our 3 comparables are all similar in size, shape, and age of the subject property. We felt the most comparable was comparable number 3, sold in November 2020 for $206,000. Our assessment on our subject property is at $146 a square foot. Our cost comparison is between $122 and $160, so right in the middle. Our market is indicating $137 to $177 per square foot. You can see where our subject property is located in comparison to comps 1, 2, and 3. Comp 1, actually comp 3 was the most comparable, the most close to proximity to the subject is comp 1. The assessor's property condition statement stated that the home is in normal condition, other than some deferred maintenance on both decks and the entrance door. The house, the roof has been replaced in 2016, windows and doors, 2008. Homeowner filled out a survey and did not describe any other issues on the interior of the maintenance of the home.
Okay, Mr. Weisenbach or Mr. and Mrs. Weisenbach, would you go ahead and tell us why we should support your appeal?
Well, excuse me. I don't think my house is worth that much, sir. We got one of the smallest houses on our section of town, and it's valued at the highest, and it's a modular house, and it was in 1978. And I just can't figure it out that it went up 176% this year, my taxes did, where all the other places around here went up between 30 and 40%. The people that I've talked to.
Do you have anything else you'd like to say in favor of your appeal, sir?
No, sir. I just would like to, I'm not trying to, I'll pay my fair share of taxes and all that, but I don't think it should damn near double in price on, my taxes. And we're living on a fixed income right now. We're both retired.
Absolutely, understood. Do any members of the commission have questions for staff or the appellant?
Are you talking to me, sir?
No, I'm asking if
okay.
any members of the board have any questions or comments.
Closed testimony.
I think that's,
Okay, I have a motion.
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, due to the fact that no evidence has been presented to indicate, nor is anything that strikes, in my opinion, inappropriate or inaccurate in the assessment, I'm going to move that we stay with the recommended valuations on the home of $179,581, land value of $18,900, although he asked for it to go up to $30,000, for a total of $198,841. Thank you.
Got a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Schmidt?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next appeal, which is Nicole Kaler. They're here in person. Okay, Carla, go ahead.
Our next appeal is parcel number 240.11.06.039B. It's owned by Nicole Kaler, located at 2327 North Main Avenue in Harrisburg, NT. It's a single-family home built in 2019, 1,533 square feet. It does sit on a lot that has 5,881 square feet. A slight correction on the PowerPoint, it has 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. Lower level finish is not completed. We did visit with Ms. Kaler last week or the week before. I don't have the date written down, but she did bring in some pictures that showed that her basement was incomplete, and this PowerPoint did not get updated. She did go to the board, local board of equalization, and the local board did lower it to $226,420. We did appeal it back, stating the original $320,306, but now have since we have a recommendation because of the lower level finish being incomplete. It's been started, it's just not completed. We do have an assessor recommendation of lowering the structure value to $262,544 and the land value at $17,643 for a total valuation of $280,187.
Okay, so, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Ms. Kaler.
Yep.
It's Kohler.
Kohler,
Yeah.
sorry.
Nope, you're
sorry. You've heard that the assessor's office has made a new recommendation now, and I don't know if this is news to you for the first time today or not. Hearing that recommendation, do you want to accept that, or would you still like to continue to talk to us about your appeal?
Would still like to talk to
Go
you
ahead.
about my appeal. So on my block is a bunch of townhouses, and I am attached to another house. The house that I am attached to is 2325 North Main Avenue, and then the townhome just to the south of me is also built by the same builder, same square footage, 3-bed, 2-bath. The attached home to me, the taxes were assessed at $228,987. And so that is why I am still asking to be lowered, because mine house is is exactly the same, besides I have some finishes that are less in value than what they had. And then the townhouse straight south of me, which is also same square footage, 3-bed, 2-bath, 2317 North Main Avenue, is their tax assessed value was $228,564, and then the one attached to them, 2315, their assessed value was $232,026. So that is why I am still asking to be lowered farther down, because I have the same property as these people, and they have a lower assessment value.
And if I understand correctly, you're asking for your land to be valued at 17,643, and you're asking for your structure to be at 208,777, right?
Yes, yep,
Okay.
I agreed with the land, yep.
Okay, so, Carla and Ethan, would you like to reply to her argument?
I haven't had time to look at all of her comparables that she was referring to, but I do know that on the side that she is located on, a lot of them, the homes, probably most of them are on a slab. They don't have basement. They don't have a basement on them. So some of the homes that are selling on a slab, and it's part of our presentation as well, are selling between, $245,000, $250,000. But this particular property has a basement with partial finish.
Thank you, Carla. Ms. Kohler, are
Yes.
your comparables slab on grade, or are they basements?
They are unfinished basements like mine.
Go ahead and show that to the equalization folks here. Yes, sir,
Chairman.
go ahead.
The neighbor appealed last year.
Hi, Ethan. Question. She's attached. Can you pull up the unit that she's attached to and give me the assessed value on that, please?
Yep, I did.
Oh, you did? Oh, perfect.
So the attached unit is at 228,987. And that was appealed last year, and we have been holding our appealed values for 2 years, which we are planning to no longer do after this year because we're gonna be completing the reappraisal project. And so that is the reason why it's still at 228,987.
These are the consequences of our past coming up to bite us because we're equalization. I know it frustrates me as well. I think we're required to, because it's equalization, for us to move it to that similar, obviously almost identical property. I don't agree with the assessment, but in the effort of making it equitable is what we're here. I'm going to ask that we do that unless there's another comment, so.
Well,
Hey,
I think we're here to find out, to assess fair market value. So that's where Commissioner Poppins and I probably have some disagreement there.
Cool.
But it's up to the members of the board.
Yep.
As to how they see fit. So they can ask whatever questions or make whatever motions they want to.
Your motion was?
Oh, I have an emotion.
hasn't made anything.
My comment is I don't agree that it is, I don't think it is incorrect assessment. What we are though is when applicants come in and they find a property that's obviously similar, and this would be very similar, that's assessed at a different value. I believe our responsibility is to make equalization of similar properties. It's our burden, our responsibility to get this fixed. Holding for 2 years has given this property an opportunity to appeal, and I think that the information to do so. I do say that it'll probably go up because your neighbor's property is going to get adjusted, but that's just my belief today. I have no idea what my other members will think, so.
I agree with you on that portion, because what's gonna happen is their assessment's gonna go up, and then,
Yeah, both will go up.
yeah, then yours is gonna go up as well.
But they're going to get possibly 1 year.
That's right. That's right. Members of the board, do you have any other discussion or questions for the parties? Okay, hearing none, I'll close testimony.
Mr. Poppins?
Members of the board, it's up to you now. Go ahead, Commissioner Schmidt.
I'll defer to Commissioner Poppins.
And I'm not excited about doing it, but Ethan, if we use the similar property, I would say we duplicate it over to this, the attached property. What would be those numbers?
So
200.
there is about a $9,000 difference at the full and true value of both of those. So they aren't exactly the same.
Okay, let's take that. We'll leave that 9,000 on there.
And if I could just make a comment to what you guys had said, if we have a
Sure.
second.
I
Yeah, I mean, you're right about the equalization process, but all it does is really exacerbate the unequalization of that property relative to all the other properties in that taxing
absolutely don't
jurisdiction.
disagree with you at all.
Yep, so the value of the neighboring property we have at currently is at 228,987. Their property full and true was, like I said, about $9,000 more.
Which one, the subject property or the?
Subject property is valued at, just about $9,000 even, pretty close.
Okay,
Yeah, 237.
that's the whole value. What's the land? Do you want to break it down, please?
The land is exactly the same because these two parcels have exactly the same amount of
Okay.
land.
So then the 228's strictly on the home.
That's the total.
That's the total. Sorry, then I gotta pull my file back up.
So 211,344 for the house?
Yes,
228 and 9.
Wasn't it 228?
that's
No,
for both
total.
the house and the land.
And then add the 9,000, right?
And add the 9,000 to it,
237.
237,
989, right?
and the land at the 17,643.
So I'm adding the $9,000 to the house?
Yes,
So-
Can I ask why the 9,000 was added?
Hold on once, ma'am.
Or-
Good question. We've closed the floor to testimony, but it is a good question, and we're gonna let the members explain here right away,
I'm gonna-
once we get through with the math.
can you reference what that differential of 9,000 was? Is square footage difference, bathroom difference, garage difference?
It's not square footage that I can tell so far. It's not the grade. So it could be something like a deck, could be an extra bathroom, could be a porch. It's not really that easy to find the small things like that.
Oh, I know. Take your time.
Appears to me like it's the partial lower level finish that you do have. There isn't any on the,
Do you have a
Neighboring
partial
side.
lower? Not at all.
What's partial considered?
Any finish.
Just the load-bearing walls.
I just have, just load
It's
bearing.
framed out.
Yes.
Framed out.
Frame.
with
We-
electric
we-
and rough plumbing.
The rough plumbing, and so I would say that would be the $9,000 differential.
The house right next door is the same thing. We were in
And
that house. She had the possibility of purchasing that one, so we were in it.
But I picked the cheaper one.
That one was done, and she chose the other one because she could add stuff that she wanted, color and.
It's a 1-year change. I will leave it at the, now I gotta get that new number again. 228,987 then, since we can't come up with the 9,000 differential and we'll land at the 17,643. Then the total, that'll be my motion.
Okay. We're gonna, I know everybody's got a lot to say, but, I think the members have got the gist of it, and I appreciate your comments. We've got a motion on the floor. Commissioner Poppins has made his motion. Is there a second?
Do you have the exact number?
228,987,
So the land will be 17,643, the house will be 211,344 for a total of 228,987.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we've got a motion and second. Is there any discussion?
just that it will be going up because of the neighbors. You have the opportunity because of the equalization, but we do believe that this is true market value right now with what's been going on.
Can I make one last comment?
Go ahead.
Just that it was assessed at 320, and this might not be the place for it. Maybe I need to go up there, but I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
You can get together with the equalization office. I encourage you to meet with them after the, when they're all done here today. And they can discuss that process with you.
Is there anybody up there now that I can talk?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So
Thank you.
if there's no further discussion, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon.
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, we'll, Mark Frederick's appeal. Okay, Carla, go ahead with regard to the Mark Fredericks appeal. And is Mr. Fredericks here? Yes, you are.
Yes.
Okay, sir, so they'll present first, then you, and then they'll respond again, okay?
Okay.
Our next appeal is parcel number 240.11.09.005A. It's owned by Mark Frederickson. It's a property located at 315 Scotts Place in T, South Dakota. Single-family home, built in 2006, 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, sits on a slab. We have a current assessed value of $139,359. Did go in front of the Board of Equalization, local board, City of T. They did lower it to $108,000. We have some comps that we felt were very similar to the subject property. Felt the most comparable was number 2, sold for $182,500. Our current assessed value on the subject property is at $118 per square foot. Our cost is indicating a valuation between $86 and $122 a square foot. The market's indicating $96 to $163 a square foot. You can see on the map that the subject property is located in pink. It's in the center of the map, and our comparables are just within structures to the north and south of the subject property. Some of the condition on the subject property that we'd like to bring before the board. Building had an interior and exterior inspection in 2015. Upon reviewing this property, all siding, shingles, and windows were in normal condition. All materials used seem to be in good quality. No record of any additional building permits have been issued on the property. The assessor's office is recommending no change to the assessment, and we did appeal back the local board's decision because we felt we had sufficient comparable properties to used in our for our comparisons.
Sir.
This isn't just one property, this is 4 properties, it's a 4-plex. I own the 4-plex. So are her or their contentions the same on all 4 properties?
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Here's how it works. We don't ask questions back and forth. You go ahead and make your presentation first, okay? Go ahead and tell us why we should support your appeal.
Mr. Chairman, I think his clarification is each individual parcel has a separate parcel number, and they have to get addressed individually. You can make your arguments, if you want to make your arguments all at once, if they're all similar. If your argument doesn't change from one part to another, you simply can defer to your statement that you're going to make now.
Right, because, and I'll give you more time. Here's what we've got listed on the agenda. Parcels A and B are the 140, and parcels C and D are at 150. I'm assuming you're making a global argument as to everything, so,
Yes.
yeah.
And we thank you for that instead of doing this 4 times.
So go ahead, sir.
Okay. This was reassessed and they raised my value up approximately 80% on each unit, which I thought was really expensive. And the reason they did it was, if you go back a couple of slides, on this page, I'm not sure who's doing the slides.
This page, or what page?
This page right here. Okay, on the bottom of it, and this applies to all of them, it says the income approach was not applicable. This is a residential property. It is a rental property. It's been a rental property since it was built. There's only been 3 owners, myself and 2 others. The building right next door has always been sold and bought with this building. I was the first one that didn't buy both buildings. So I'm not sure why they say it's a residential property. It's a rental property. I've got all the leases here. And all of a sudden, they raised the price. The building right next door recently sold. It's virtually identical building. It sold for $430,000. They're saying my building's worth $544,000. Oh, they're almost exactly. They were built by the same builder, same owner, one right after the other. The design is the same, layout's the same, even the colors are the same. There's no way the building can be worth $544,000 when the building right next door sold just last year for $430,000. The only difference is the way they were deeded. That's the only difference. So comparing it to the comps they have is just grossly unfair. Because they're not comps to what my building is, but the building right next door is the exact same building, and that just recently sold. That's why the city of T agreed with me.
Anything else, sir?
That's one of it, and then the comps they did have, I don't know if you want to go into that, but,
It's up to you. It's your presentation.
all right. Well, I guess I'd rather address the issue of the first part, whether you can even use those comps. Because the building right next door is the best comp you could possibly get. And I guess I'd like to see what, your thoughts are on that.
Well, this is your time to make your pitch, so
Okay,
keep pitching.
all right. I wasn't sure exactly how this went.
That's fine.
The comp they used that said it was the best one, let me get to it. They said it was 182,000. There was another one that sold on the other end of the building for 117,500. They're exactly the same unit. The only difference is one's on one end of the building, one's on the other. So to say that's the best comp, why couldn't you use the other one? They're the same unit, same building. Everything's exactly the same. That one building or the unit sold for 182,500. I talked to the owner that sold it, and he said, I didn't really want to sell it, but I just threw a price out there and they paid me for it. So it was not, and the price per square foot doesn't go with any other of the units in the whole area. I know that area extremely well. I was the first one to build a fourplex there. It's in the Jerry and Scott Homeowners Association. I'm the president of that. I've lived there since 2006. I know all the owners. I know all the buildings. I know everything about it.
Is it fair to say that your argument today here is primarily concerning what the best comp is?
Well, and then, yeah, I mean, I don't understand how they can take a private residence that's been remodeled and updated, and all the other comps that they use are larger units, some of them have more bedrooms. I think they all have more bathrooms. My building and the one next to me are the smallest units in the association. And they're comparing it to some of the larger ones.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fredericks. Carla, would you like to respond?
So for the first concern that the property owner was describing in our 3 approaches to value and the income approach, state of South Dakota has 4 classes of property: ag, residential, owner occupied, and commercial. It's a residential property, it's not commercial. You may rent it out, but it's a residential property. It can be bought and sold in single-family residence. It has its own identifying parcel number. It could be, you can sell lot A and keep lots B, C, and D. You could sell lots A and B and keep C and D. The property that you're referring to sold as 4 units. It's one parcel number. We do compare individual parcel numbers of fourplexes or townhomes. We look at homes that have, properties that have sold as their own individual unit instead of the whole entire building. And then also in that statement, we're like, we don't have income information from you to determine an income approach.
No one contacted me.
Exactly. So that's why we didn't use the income approach. As for, comparables, we could put 8 comparables for you for a presentation. We chose 3. We kind of found a range of properties to give you an idea of what they're selling for. We gave you the $117,000 sale. We gave you $159 sale, the $59,000 sale. We gave you the 182. Then we choose one, but it's a wide range. That's what we're trying to present to you, that it would sell for more than $108,000. There's a wide range of what they're selling for, and that's what we're trying to show the board. How we're assessing them equally. You know, we're assessing lots A, B, and C, and D all equally. You can see that within our methodology on all of your properties. So that's why we use that cost part of it. That shows that our assessment equity is there, and then we show the market range of what the potential is to sell in the open market. I don't know if that answers your questions or just
Well-
made you have more. I'm not sure.
If I could add to it for you, there is a difference between your property, your properties that are all, you know, they have their own legal description because you've gone through the legal framework to separate that building into 4 units.
No, I bought it that way.
Okay, well then the person before you did put that cost into that property to split that into 4 units, and therefore 4 people with smaller buying power can come in and buy one of those lots each versus somebody who has to come in with $500,000 to buy a commercial property where they're all grouped together. So there is value added to that.
I understand what
process.
you're saying, but when I was there when the buildings were built, I used the same contractor that he did, and he built those buildings exactly the same.
Yep.
He didn't divide them because I believe, if I remember right, the city didn't want that.
Good.
But the buildings are exactly the same. That first fourplex that I'm citing, it's actually built to standards where it could be subdivided.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I'm going to close the floor to testimony. Thank you for your testimony today. And do any members of the commission have questions, comments, recommendation?
Two of them have concrete patios and the other 2 do not. Is that correct?
Right, the outside units, the only difference is they have a patio door and a very small concrete patio. It's about 5 foot by 10 or 12.
Okay.
Otherwise, they're exactly identical. Same thing on the other building.
Any other questions for staff or Mr. Fredericks? In that case, does member have a motion?
I think the assessor's recommendation is in line, I guess. That's my thoughts.
Is that your motion?
Okay,
That is my motion,
what was
Okay,
your
we-
motion?
that the assessor's recommendation is in line.
Okay.
Okay, got a motion from Gibbon to keep the same valuation as the assessor's office. We got a second from Commissioner Poppins. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Schmidt?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes.
I have a question.
Go ahead,
Are-
Mr. Fredericks.
Are we doing that on all 4 of them?
Wow.
Well, that was
We'll
a
have to-
vote, that was a vote on the first 2, but Mr. Fredericks, you know, I'm gonna find out from him whether he thinks that's on all 4 of them or not.
Yeah, I don't know, but why couldn't I just convert the unit to one building, change the deed? Then that changes everything.
You can, I've seen it done.
Yeah, I don't think you are restricted not to. That'd be a city question for plating purposes.
Yeah, you lose your ability to sell those out, you know, in one at a time, market them one at a time, you know, sell them for more.
Yeah, but the guy next door to me with the same building, he can subdivide his unit at any time he wants.
Good.
And he doesn't pay the additional taxes.
If he does subdivide them, we would process that plat and process the assessment accordingly.
Right, but by the time you get all that done and raise his taxes, he'd have them sold. So that's my contention. It's totally unfair just because of the way it's deeded to raise my value $100,000 or more than $100,000, actually $110,000.
Understood, sir. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And they're well taken. Okay, next up is Nancy Faust. And then just for the record, Mr. Fredericks did agree that the motion and second did apply to all 4 of the properties.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Faust, can you hear me?
Just barely.
Okay, here's what's gonna happen, Ms. Faust. The assessor's office is gonna make their pitch, and then you're gonna respond to them when they're done, okay?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Carla.
Our next parcel is parcel number 240.70.06.024, owned by Jeff and Nancy Faust. It's a single-family property located at 18 Jesse Court in T, South Dakota. It has approximately 946 square feet. The lot is approximately 8,001 square feet. 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom. It does have some lower level finish of $562. The assessment went out at $197,743. It did appear before the local board of equalization in the city of T. The local board made no change to the assessment. You can see where we have 3 comparables that are all within the subject property's neighborhood. We felt the most comparable to the subject property was comparable number 2, sold for $221,000 in July of 2020. Our assessed value on the subject property is currently assessed at $183 a square foot. The cost is indicating a range between $154 and $186 per square foot, and the market is indicating a market price per square foot between $176 and $212 a square foot. You can see where the subject property is located on the map. It's in pink, and then comp 1 and 3 are just neighboring properties. Comp 2 is slightly to the south of the subject property. Just a little bit of information on the condition of the property. The home did have an interior inspection in 2015. At that time, the siding, roof, windows, and doors were all in normal condition. In 2016, an interior inspection was done. All was considered in normal during the interior inspection as well. Assessor is recommending no change to the 2022 assessed value of $197,743.
Okay, Ms. Faust, you've heard the assessor's case. Go ahead and make your, tell us why we should side with you.
Okay. This comparable property on James Avenue is at a lower value than ours, but I would certainly disagree with the disposition. One, our basement is still only partially finished, and that was noted when they did an inspection. The county did an inspection a number of years ago when they were changing tax assessments, and that hasn't changed. The other thing, and I had sent over some documentation first to the city of T when they reviewed this, and I sent some additional over in an email with a response to this with the county that showed what we are dealing with in our backyard. First, I wanted to address what the James Avenue comparison has. It has a single-story apartment garage with a peaked roof directly behind their back fence. James has a much larger back lot, so this is set very far away from the actual house, and it's only 1 story. Beyond that, on James, they have a double wide driveway for the apartment building, some green space for the apartment building, and then a 2-story peaked roof apartment building, which is set way back from the property. Our property has a new addition that is a 2.5-story concrete wall for Ace Hardware that is directly adjacent to our back property line. There is less than 10 feet between our fence and this wall, and we have a very short, small backyard. So this behemoth of a gray concrete 2.5-story building, it blocks out not only the view, it blocks out most of the natural light in our backyard. Since assessed values go on what you think you could sell the house for, I certainly disagree that we are at a higher value than the James Avenue property. We would have to heavily discount our property to sell it as is, because as long as there are other houses to buy in T, people are going to pick those over ours because of this thing in our backyard.
Anything else, Ms. Faust?
No, those are the only two things. Is, I disagree that we're higher than this comparable. In fact, I think we're lower than it. And I provided some evidence as far as what this building looks like, so people can understand what I'm talking about.
And if I understand correctly, if I understand your requested value, you're requesting a total value that is approximately $11,000 less than what the assessor's office came up with, correct?
I asked them to keep it at the current value before this new assessment to compensate for the reduced value because of this thing in our backyard.
Right. Okay, assessor's office, you have a reply.
I have a question for that, for the
Sure.
appellant.
Go ahead.
This is Commissioner Poppins. Do you remember, by chance, what date did they start erecting those walls?
That would have been, let's see, it is April, would have been right before winter, so it was probably around like November, December. They started just before winter weather hit.
So after November 1st.
Correct.
Thank you.
Carla, do you have a reply?
The only comment that I would like to present to the commission is comparable number one. Although it wasn't used as the best comparable, we put that one in because, some will say that it's less desirable to have an apartment in your back door. So, I mean, that comparable sold in 2019 for $239,000, and our assessment is still indicating $227,000. So we're still below market value. I mean, for the most part on that. Some would say that is a less desirable location as well because of the neighboring properties. We just haven't seen an impact where, Ace or Walmart or apartments impact the sell prices of properties. And if they do, we would make an adjustment. But there's not this magic number to pull out of the air and say we have an adjustment for it.
Go ahead, Ethan.
And while it may or may not be true, while it may or may not be true that it has an impact to the value, there's 4 other neighbors, to this property that wouldn't be getting the same adjustment. So from an equalization standpoint, it's hard for us to come up with that adjustment and apply it equally.
That's up to them to appeal, isn't it? They chose not to.
This is true.
Did any members of the board have any further questions for staff or for the appellant? Okay, hearing none, I'll close the floor to testimony. Is there any discussion from the members of the board, or do you have a motion?
Quick comment, then motion, Mr. Chairman. Although she's presented some evidence that indicates that she believes that there's going to be a change in the valuation based on a commercial building getting put up, there is no evidence yet to that evidence, and I do not believe that her property is over market valuation at the moment. And again, our responsibility is equalization, and I believe that the equalization office is correct in their assessment. So I'd move that it stay at the 173,540 with the land value, that's on the home, and then a land value of the 24,003 with a total 197,543.
Got a motion to maintain the assessor's recommendation. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. We're going to take a short.
30 seconds.
Yep, we've only got 2, so we don't have a quorum. So we're going to take a 2-minute break here, folks, okay? We'll be in recess. Bearing with us while we took a quick comfort break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is the appeal for John and Jennifer LeBrun. And doesn't say whether they're going to be on the phone or here in person.
No information was submitted through the RSVP with the assessor's office.
Okay, well, the assessor's office, go ahead, make your
Okay.
case.
Our next appeal is parcel number 100.49.22.C015, owned by Jennifer and John LeBrun. The legal description is Whispering Ridge Estates in the south half of the southwest quarter, section 22, township 100, range 49. It's 3.73 acres. We have a current assessed value of $228,806. Although the sale happened after November 1, it wasn't used in accordance to our 2022 assessed values, but it recently sold for $450,000. We did not supply the board with a lot of information other than that is the best sale, is their sale. It is being valued in accordance to our tiered system that we have derived for the entire Lincoln County. It's in the blue section, the Perry, LaValle, Dayton, Springdale, and Delapre townships. I did supply a map showing properties that have sold in or around that property that very much supports the assessment. That's the map out there, the right across the street. There was a lot that sold for $175,000 in 2019, directly north of the subject property, a newer addition. Properties were selling between, $230,000 to in the upwards of $269,000. Again, the most comparable sale is their own sale, which they purchased it after the legal assessment date, mind you, but it was for $450,000.
Is that everything? Okay.
That's
I don't see Mr. and Mrs. LeBrun here, and they're not on the phone, are they? Okay. Any questions from members of the board for staff?
I don't have a question, but I have a motion, given the evidence with their own sale. I believe to stake with the Department of Equalization's assessment of $72,856 on the buildings, $950 on the land for a total of $228,806.
We've got a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Got a motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins.
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Klassen, Mr. and Mrs. Klassen. Go ahead and step up to the podium. Carla, go ahead.
Our next appeal is parcel number 099.50.08.B100. It's owned by Donald and Rowene Clausen. It's a single-family property built in 1977. It sits on 5 acres, approximately 1,440 square feet. It does have 2 bedrooms, 1.5 bath, lower level finish of 785 square feet. We have a current assessed value of $315,949. It did go in front of the local board of equalization. The local board made no change to the 2022 assessment. We show 3 sales that have sold in and around the neighboring, the subject property, between sale prices of $389,000 to up in the upwards of $499,900. Felt our most comparable was comparable number 1, sold in April of 2021 for $499,900. Our current assessment on the subject property is $118. Our cost comparison is between $103 and $151 per square foot. The market is indicating a market range between $137 and $225 per square foot. It is being valued on our land valuation schedule that we developed for Lincoln County using for our 2022 assessment years. The first 2 acres is at $65,000. The 3 through 10 is at $15,000. 10 plus acres is at $5,000. You can see where the subject property is located on the map in the northwest corner of the map. Comps 2 and 3 are within the same general area of the subject property. Comp 1, we had to go a little ways out. Again, the assessor's office is recommending no change to the 2022 assessment year, leaving the valuation at $315,949.
Anything further?
Oh, sorry about that. Just some condition information in regards to the subject property. The assessors did an interior and exterior inspection in 2019. Siding and roof appear to be in good condition on the main part of the home with no signs of extreme wear. Breezeway and garage are in poor condition compared to the main part of the home. The interior finish seemed to be original to the home and is in need of some updating, in which we did some adjustments on the assessment side. Due to the overall condition of the home, it is valued as below normal condition.
Okay, thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Klassen, tell us why we should side with you.
Well, one thing on the, where it talks about lower level, I'm not sure I understand why that's considered finished. I wouldn't live in it the way it is now. Anyway.
Okay. I have some prepared comments, but I'd like to look at that. We bought the property, the land, in 2072. Lived in a basement, built the shell in 75, and didn't get it finished till 77. So that needs some adjustment. The year it was built is correct in 77, but we bought the land in 72. It was a totally trashed farmyard, and I'm being taxed for cleaning it up. Around us, bare land is selling, but they don't have to clean up the trash. Secondly, it was not a turnkey house. I built it, and I'm being charged, the square footage is $118 a square foot, and I don't like my labor being taxed. Having been on the La Valley Township Board for 18 years, I've written checks for gravel and maintenance. I've overseen construction of the township building in 2017, and I well know that government operates on the basis of taxes. I know how to navigate South Dakota codified laws, and I read sections 10-12 and 10-17, and I have Michael Howdyshell's definition of taxation. I also have information about how to freeze assessments on dwellings of disabled and senior citizens. I've been in contact several times with all three legislators from District 6, and I've written the Director of Property, or Department of Revenue, Property Tax Division. Wendy Semler sent back a letter saying that multi-member households income is limited to $45,000, and a new property valuation limit is $300,000. With a property value of $315,000, we don't qualify for senior citizen discount. And we've tried it before, and it hasn't worked. In 2020, our valuation was $113,000. Do you have an overhead?
You see that thing up there in the ceiling?
Just set it down
Put-
right here.
Put your piece of paper underneath it.
Okay. In 2020, our valuation was $113,884. 2020, it went up 233% to $265,765. This year, it went up again almost, or more than another 50,000. The overall valuation, the yellow copy we received, showed 34.91%, but it was only the land that went up. It went up 85%, from 94,000 to 175,000. Of the three deciding factors, namely cost approach, market approach, and income approach. It is the market approach that is the big crunch. Howdy Shell spelled out how property tax caps are derived, namely number one, the amount of taxes collected the previous year, plus inflation based on Consumer Price Index, CPI, and growth, new construction within the taxing jurisdiction. It is the growth within the northern part of Lincoln County that is decimating the bank accounts of longstanding residents. Newcomers are investing exorbitant amounts of money in their purchases, but are not taxed on the full amount of what they paid. For example, one buyer paid $260,000 for 8 acres, but evaluation is $220,000. Thus, their purchases raise the valuations for everyone in northern Lincoln County, but equalization does not tax at the full value of what they paid. The rest of us unfairly subsidized $40,000 of his taxes. That's just one example. That penalizes longstanding residents. Thus, equalization is a grossly false term. We're being taxed unfairly on unrealized gains. On Section 8 in Valley Township, ours was 85% increase. Others told me, and personally, 76.2%, another one said 110%. That's arbitrary. I call it willy-nilly. I appeal to you today as elected commissioners, doubling as a county equalization board, to modify the inequity and tax all purchases at the full price the owners paid, so that longstanding residents are not inequitably subsidizing their taxes. Please take into account, first, our 50 years of residing at one location. Second, our age, 81 and 79. Third, health issues. Fourth, our limited income now that we retired a decade ago. Fifth, that the CPI, as Social Security indicates, is 5.9%. And sixth, the arbitrary assessment by the Equalization Office. Please make an adjustment to our evaluation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Klassen. Any questions or recommendations, discussion by the board for staff or Mr. Klassen? Okay, hearing none, I'll close the floor to testimony. Commissioners, do you have any recommendations or action?
Statement.
Go ahead.
I do find sympathy in everything you've said, because I do find, is the mic on? Yeah. I do find sympathy in everything you said, because it's absolutely true. It's causing families and couples that have lived for multiple generations on the same piece of land being forced because of the impact of living in such a desirable area. Unfortunately, we do not get to have the liberty of just being willy-nilly and making determinations. We are guided by what the state tells us. The state has the ability to take this into consideration and do something, and they haven't, period. The 315, if that's the Social Security number for assessed value, or 300, whatever, forgive me for not being exact on that, for our area is absolutely unobtainable anymore, because if you have any property in this fine county, it's almost automatically not going to qualify anymore. Our valuations, because of the demand and the desirability of where we live, have just skyrocketed. That it's nothing that we can control as commissioners. It's nothing that we can just outright say, hey, if you've owned your property for X amount of years, we're going to deem that you get to freeze your property. There are guidelines the state gives us to work with, and right now for you, it sounds like it's not meeting it. I'm very sympathetic, but we still have to equalize, and unfortunately what you presented today doesn't look at your property compared to another property to tell me that it's not equalized properly.
I have a question.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So I still don't understand why we have to pay the same amount of taxes for somebody. We're obviously on Social Security. And when people have are willing to pay money. I mean, some of the other things we've talked to the assessor about. I mean, if people paid that price, they got ripped off. And it's like stupid. Anyway, I want to know, finish up my question. So the economy tanks, what happens to our taxes? Are we still liable?
Ma'am, this actually isn't a direct correlation to taxation. We're just assessing values. And so what would happen, and Carla, correct me if I'm wrong, we cannot be over market. So if the market goes down, we're required to, and we will be reassessing properties accordingly to their true value at that time.
That is correct.
Why are new buyers not taxed for what they pay?
I do not believe that the state allows us to use their actual purchase price for determining valuation. That'd be spot.
That's not fair at all.
I'm not going to argue with that. I would say then contact the legislators to tell us that we can use that.
I've been in contact with all three legislators several times.
Ethan, if you've got another comment on it, but the state doesn't let us use their purchase price. We have to look at similar properties to come up with values.
Okay, so all good questions, Mr. Klassen, but everybody gets their time allotment, and we're at the end of yours. I want to thank you very much for your comments. And you know what? You've been in front of this commission before about cleaning up the highways, and you've got your service to the township. Whatever this board decides today is obviously no reflection upon your service to the county and for some of the things you've been doing for us, in terms of wanting to clean cleaning the back roads up and all that too. We know you've been here talking about that, so thank you. Does anybody have a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Just support the Department of Equalization's evaluation of this property with a total valuation of $315,949.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Reluctantly, yes. Okay, Donald Otten. Mr. Otten, you can come forward to the podium there, and then our assessor's office will give us their pitch first.
Our next appeal is parcel number 099.51.03.A001, owned by Donald Otten. It's a property described as Lot 1 in Otten subdivision in Lod's Tract in the northeast quarter, Section 3, Township 99, Range 51. It is a bare piece of land consisting of 1.18 acres. Our current assessed value is $76,700. It did appear in front of the local board of equalization. The local board made no change to the current assessment. We do show some property sales that have occurred in and around the area, all of which are of the same relative size to the appellants. We felt our most comparable was comparable number 2, sold in October of 2020 for $73,000. It was 1.21 acres. We are using a tiered system with our valuation for our lands that was developed for the 2022 assessment years. The first 2 acres was at $65,000. Acres over 2 to 10 is at 15, and then 10 plus acres is at $5,000 per acre. You can see where our subject property is located in the northwest corner of the map. Our comparables are relatively close in proximity to the subject property. Comp 3 is on the other side of the interstate, although still relevant to the comparable property. I will note that we did check the building eligibility on this particular parcel, and Planning and Zoning Office had determined that there is a building eligibility that's still attached to the property.
Okay, thank you, Carla. Mr. Otten, go ahead.
And that is correct. My problem is I went to John Peters to find out about my building eligibility and get a building permit, and he said no. He told me I could not build on that piece of property. and then you guys say that it's buildable. So who's right, who's wrong? We got two entities in the same county that are saying yes and no, and I gotta have a complete yes or a complete no.
What, is there a creek or stream that goes through it? When I look at this map, or just a
There
ditch?
is-
What is that?
There is a drainage through it. Well, you could probably call it creek now, cause it don't quit running because of the city of Tees water comes through it.
What if I told you this? Two things can be true at once. You can have a building eligibility, but you can also not be allowed to build there. What would
Then
you
why
say to
is the
that?
assessment so high?
I
Why
think
is the
that's
tax
why
so
we're
high?
here, and I think that's what we want to hear about. So,
If it's not going to be a buildable lot, then reduce the tax down to $20 a year and I'll call it Yankee Doodle. And if you guys want to leave the taxes where it's at, then make sure that I've got a building eligibility so I can sell it. I can't, agree or disagree with anything other than that. I mean, when you got two entities in the same place that are saying yes and no to me, I got to protest somewhere.
okay. Carla, any reply?
What's that fuzzy stuff, Mike?
I know, how do you like it? My mom doesn't like it much yet.
I bet not.
Do you want to say that? Because
Yeah, go ahead.
So I did discuss this with John Peters, and as far as I'm aware, you could get a building permit for this property, but I guess I don't know what type of building permit you were trying to get. Probably something with a basement would be my guess.
Oh, no way in
No
God's
permit of
green
any
earth.
kind, he said?
It would be slab on grade, or I'll sell it there's a couple guys that want to put some metal buildings on it.
Mhm.
So,
you can get a building permit.
well, according to who?
Well,
I thought at the beginning of this, before local boards, you also stated that he said you didn't have a building eligibility as well, so we verified
No,
both
he
of those
he
things.
said I had a building eligibility, but I couldn't build on it.
okay. Any questions from members of the board?
I have statements, not questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hey, Don. Very familiar with this.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're neighbors.
Little
so-
piece of property. He does have a building eligibility. It is buildable. It is not an easy build. He has the joy of having two drainage channels that go through it. I think there's ability to move that, but I do know that to get this lot to build, it's not a comparable lot to what you have seen. There's gonna have to be expenditures done on this lot to get it done. What that dollar amount is, I'm not sure.
I could put a drainage into it that would stay put.
Yeah.
I know that. I'll just take some fabric and.
Off the record, I don't know if you had a chance to go talk to the excavators that are working over there or not, but.
I'd love to.
Yeah.
It wouldn't
I
take
think
long.
you and I both know it is buildable. It's just gonna cost a lot of money to get it done. Is it half the value of it? Possibly, right now.
Could be.
And that's gonna be my recommendation because I do know this property. You can't just go build on it. And because of the channels are gonna have to there's not a spot on there that you can place a property and get it to work, currently.
Well, that's why, here's my question, to bootstrap onto that. It says that this was, the value in '21 was $49,560, but there was a land adjustment review done. What does that mean?
that's this.
Okay. So because of the implementation of the tiered system, so it's got nothing to do with whether or not, what the fair market value of the property is. It's because of implementation of the tiered system.
Which is supposed to be a representation of the fair market value, but yes.
Understood. Okay. Given that, does any member of the board have a motion?
Computer seems to be slow. I've got to bounce back and forth to get to these valuations. Don, I believe it's gonna cost you $30,000 to bring in dirt and such, so I'm willing to negotiate or reduce the value by the 30,000. breaking it down to 46,700. And then I'm basing this on my knowledge of buildable lots, so.
Got a motion, is there a second?
What was the number again?
Reducing it by 30,000 to 76,700.
I'll second it.
Just to clarify, you mean 30,000 minus 76,700, correct?
No, the 76,700 minus the 30.
So it'd be
Or where-
46.
Yes,
46,
so it's 46.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
was.
46,700.
Thank you for the correction.
Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's,
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Otten.
Thank you. Now I'll have to go talk with some other people, I guess.
Good luck.
Yeah.
If you do know that if you get that improved, it looks better, we're putting it back up.
Well, it won't be any of mine because I'm just gonna turn around and sell it, so I'm just
Ah,
gonna make
good
sure
luck.
that I can sell it without someone coming back on me saying, oh, I thought you said there was, and now there's not, so.
Good luck.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Very
Thank you,
good.
Don.
Thank you.
You bet. Have a good day. Okay, so it looks like the South Dakota FCA set for 240 today is, we've got a stipulation.
We do have a stipulation.
All right, let's put it on the record.
So the next appeal is parcel number 280.07.01.002C. It's owned by South Dakota Fellowship of Christian Athletes. It's located at 1601 East 69th Street in Sioux Falls. We do have a recommendation that the appellant has agreed upon. The assessment originally went out at $4,467,312. We left the value the same on the land at $539,220, and we are recommending to lower the value to $3,653,135 on the structure for a total valuation of $4,192,355, in which they agreed to.
I will make that motion.
I will second it.
Got a motion and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Poppins, Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, we've
The
got,
next part of this is was an application for tax exemption that also fell with this property. After review of the information and documents submitted by the Fellowship of Christian Athletes, I'm making a recommendation that the property be at 7% exempt for the land and 7% exempt for the structure, therefore being 93% taxable.
and so just a quick question. I seem to recall from a week or two ago, we attached a value of 5.3% to it. Is this a change from that, or am I
That's
making that up?
I think you meant 53% exempt.
Okay,
And
Okay.
yes, it dramatically changed along with the
Madam
value.
Auditor, just
Okay.
for if I may. I
Go
would like
ahead.
to clarify something.
go ahead.
Madam Auditor, are we, as Board of Equalization, we're dealing with equalization, not tax exempt status at this? It's not listed as that at the time. I just want
It's
to make
not
sure.
listed on this agenda, so we can move it to the 26th.
I just want to make sure we're okay and.
We've got other items on the agenda for the 26th, so we could put this on the agenda for the 26th.
Just for.
On the
no-
12th, I did mention that we would be dealing with the exemption at the time of the appeal.
It's just not listed
Okay.
in our.
Well, and I think you're right, Carla. We just have to notice it up properly.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
So
thank you.
we'll deal with that at that time.
Okay.
What I do want to deal with here, though, is there are other stipulations, and that doesn't require us to wait for the hearing time. So I'd like to get those out of the way at this time, right? I see other stipulations on here. I want to get those out of the way.
What stipulations?
330 South Point Limited, Appellant agrees with Assessor recommendation.
Okay.
Lexington Estates,
Oh,
same
I see
thing.
what you mean.
I want to clear those out because we've got a few minutes before 250 Zabel Enterprises. So we've got about 7 minutes and we can deal with those.
If you would be willing, Carla, just to
Yes.
state the property and what the new numbers are.
The next appeal that we do have a stipulation on, and the appellant has agreed with our recommendation, is parcel number 280.24.13.001. It's under the name of South Point Ltd., located at 6001 South Cliff Avenue in Sioux Falls. The original assessment went out at $10,706,619. We did leave the land value at $1,893,660, and lowered the structure value to $8,812,959 for a total assessed value of $10,671,756.
I also move.
I will second.
Hold on a second, I got total number. $10 million what?
There's a problem here.
What?
The structure value is wrong on the recommendation. It's the exact same
Okay.
as the original.
Oh. That's where I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't math out.
So our recommended amount on the building is $8,778,096. And our recommendation on the land is the same of $1,893,660 for a total value of $10,671,756.
I will change my second. Change your motion.
Yes,
All right.
second.
Okay, we've got a second and we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes.
Let me double check our math before I present the next one, please. Our next appeal, in which the appellant has agreed to our assessor recommendation, is parcel number 280.82.00.100 under the name of Lexington Estates Ltd. It's located in the addresses between 5101 and 5919 South Marion Road in Sioux Falls. The original assessment went out at $11,666,471. We are making a recommendation based on the new income approach and review of their documentation of leaving the land value at $1,104,359 and lowering the structure value to $10,367,604 for a total assessed value of $11,471,963.
Do we have a motion?
Also move.
I'm seconding. Is the math correct on this for sure?
Yep.
What was the original assessment?
In the gray on the
In the
left.
gray on left. And then the new one is
11,666. Okay.
11,666.
Very good. Thank you.
There's a lot of preparation that goes into all this, and then, we get last minute changes from appellants.
That's
who
fine.
wish to present
I just, we're
information.
very good.
Okay, we got a motion and a second.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes.
Is there another stipulation?
We don't. That's all that I have on here.
Cool.
So our next appellant is at 250. That's Zabel Enterprises. Are they on the line yet? Okay, who do we have here for Zabel Enterprises?
Hi, I'm J.C. Parrott. I'm the representative for Zabel Enterprises.
Okay, Miss Parrott, my name's Joel Aarons on the county commission here. we're going to have the assessor's office make their presentation first, and then you can respond to them and tell us why we ought to support your appeal, okay? So Carla, go ahead.
Okay, sounds good.
Our next appeal is parcel number 240.28.26.011. It's owned by Zabel Enterprises. It's located at 46893 271st Street in T, South Dakota. It is a commercial property built in,
Built originally in 1987 with several different buildings and additions after.
we originally sent out the assessed value at $2,318,858. It did go in front of the local board of equalization. Local board made no change to the property value, leaving it at the same as the assessment, original assessment. We do, most of the appeal from my understanding in this, working this appeal is the land valuation. They felt it was unequal compared to neighboring properties. We do show you some sales that took place in the area, selling between anywhere from $5.06 a square foot to $7.99 per square foot. $5.06 a square foot to $7.99 per square foot. We also show a range of how we're assessing the properties. There are some variations between where the plots of land are located, and we do have a tier system. The assessment, because of the size, the assessment on the subject property is currently being assessed at $1.54 a square foot, and that's basically because of the size of the land itself. The cost is saying, or the assessed values are ranging between $3.50 and $8 a square foot. The market is indicating a price per square foot between $5.06 a square foot to $7.99 a square foot. You can see where the subject property is located in the southwest corner of the map. Our comparables, 1, 2, and 3 are just to the east, northeast of the subject property. See an aerial view of the subject property. We gave that for just for information. The assessors are recommending no change as the land values are equal, assessed utilizing a tiered pricing platform, and is valued far less than the recent comparable land sales. That's why the assessor's office is recommending no change to the current 2022 assessed valuation.
Okay, thank you for the recommendation. Ms. Parrott, go ahead and tell us why the board ought to side with you.
Okay, so I do have several comparable assessments as well that is surrounding the subject property. They are ranging a land value per square foot from 65 cents to $1.66. And I don't necessarily disagree with the information that the assessor had, but based on the tiered land table, if it's over 5 acres, I believe it would be at $1 per square foot, and it's far more than that. And I would also like to point out that if I would also do the tiered land table for my assessment comp, the difference between the current assessment and using the land tiered table, there's a big difference in value, and the comps are significantly underassessed compared to the land tier table, while the subject property is almost 3 times more than that compared to the tier table. So there's just things that aren't matching up. The information that I have showed that the surrounding properties are severely lower than my subject property, despite the information that she's given.
Did they hold on, Miss Parrott. Did Miss Parrott have any handouts or anything?
Right
that
here.
she- Okay.
And yes, we just received these in our email right before the meeting. We did have time to review it slightly, and JC just, we just had time to review these, and we found several misinformations, I'm gonna call them. You have on your acreage 12.64 acres, and you got that off the parcel browser. That is actually a plat number.
Yes, so I do understand that, but I also went on the GIS because I understand that you have around like 15 acres.
Yeah. It's approximately after the H lots came out. It's about 14.45 acres, I believe, 14.44 acres. Some of the other flaws that we found in some of the information she did provide to us, that she has a total square footage on the building at 30,375. It's actually 43,875. You failed to include this structure. When we make and then some of the comparables, you had flip-flopped the land value and the structure value. So when you came up with your averages, they were somewhat skewed for this particular presentation. Although we did find that after reviewing some of this information that the appellant did send, we do have a recommendation that hasn't been accepted by the appellant, but it's definitely noteworthy for the appeal because of the lot size. When we saw that she was using 12.64, and in the confusion, that's actually a plat number, not an acre amount. We were originally assessing it at 15.56 acres, I believe, but because of the H lots that just recently came out, it should have been adjusted to 14.44 acres. So we do have a recommendation to lower the lot value from $1,050,667 down to $999,556, but we're still pretty strong on our assessment of our structure value, so we did not make any changes. Therefore, our current recommendation to the Board of Equalization is a total of $2,267,747.
Okay, let's leave that slide up there. And if Miss Parrott is following along on, through video or YouTube, I don't know if she can see that slide or if you've provided that to her. But what I am going to say is, Miss Parrott, would you like to provide a response to what the Department of Equalization just said?
The only thing, I understand that 12.64 is a plat number, and you originally changed it from around 15 to 14.44. I did go with 12.64 because I did go on the parcel browser and use the GIS measuring tool. I know it's not exact, but it gave me a rough estimate of how big the parcel was. And I was going to bring up that conversation when I saw that you used the 15.64, so it being closer to 14, I do think that's probably the better acreage.
Okay, Miss Parrott, I do have a question for you.
Yes.
The assessor's office has made a downward deviation, and they've made a new recommendation, which you either heard or you can see on your screen right now. Do you still take issue with that?
I would further agree with that new land value, so I believe no.
Okay, so I understand that you agree with the $999,556 land value. Do you still take issue with the structure value at the 1.268 amount?
No, I do not.
Okay, so we have an agreement here then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Parrott. With that, I'll close the testimony then and leave it up to members of the board.
Yeah, I guess I would move then that we accept, or we accept the assessor's recommendation of.
I'll second that motion.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Clerk will call a roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Parrott, for your time today.
Thank you.
Do we have, I know we're a few minutes early here, but do we have South Cliff Falls Limited? Yeah, I think my sheet here tells us that it's John who's appearing on the phone. All right, sir, could you state your name? Or ma'am, or who do we have with us on the phone today appearing on behalf of South South Cliff Falls Limited?
Hi, this is John Snyder. I'm the representative for the South Cliff Falls Limited Partnership.
Okay, sir. So bear with us a minute. We're going to have our equalization office make their presentation, and then you'll go after them, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead, Carla.
Our next appeal is parcel number 270.71.00.001. It's owned by South Cliff Falls Limited Partnership. It's located at 810 South Cliff Avenue in Harrisburg. It is a 44-unit apartment building built in 2006. We have the current assessed value that went out with the assessment was $2,789,329. The appellant did contact our office and supply us with some financial reports in which we then did an income approach to valuation on the property, which resulted in a valuation decrease. We kept the land at $247,436. The structure value at $1,504,366 for a total valuation of $1,751,802. The appellant has been notified of the recommendation, although they were not in agreement, so we continued with the appeal. We do have some comparables that we'd like to show you of similar properties that are being assessed in a similar fashion. We felt the most comparable, excuse me. These are also all on the income approach to value. Right now, the current assessment, based on the income approach, we are valuing per unit the subject property at $39,813. The comparables, which are also being used as the income approach, range between $308 and $306 per unit to $43,564 per unit. This shows you a unit by unit breakdown on the income approaches to value that we're using on our low income apartment buildings. We're using the same approach to valuation to come up with their assessments. On the map, you can see where the subject property is located in the southern central portion of the map, and the comparables are just directly to the north of the subject property. Again, the assessors have a recommendation putting the value at $1,751,802.
Thank you. Sir, you've heard the assessor's recommendation. Do you still disagree with that? And if so, go ahead and make your presentation to us.
Yes, we still greatly disagree with this assessment. I'm just wondering why this presentation did not include a step-by-step calculation using the income approach to the value. So before I begin my presentation, I just want to disclose that I will be saying a lot of numbers that are close approximates, and I might be speaking too fast. So please feel free to stop me if clarification is needed. So it has come to our attention that the assessor is using a new valuation method through income approach. This new valuation method, assessor's pro forma, the assessor, without disclosing working papers and metadata, subjectively assigns to subject property 10% to vacancies, bad debt, and concessions from potential income, and 55% expense to income ratio for operating expenses. Last year, they have used 4-year average derived from subject's property's actual financial statements. Under the 4-year average, we have 13.7% to vacancies, bad debt, and concessions, and 80% of expense to income ratio. This change in method by the assessors overstates the effective income by approximately $33,000 and understates our expenses by approximately $70,000, which is broken out as follows. Based on 2021 financial statements, we had $40,000 lost in vacancies, $15,000 in bad debt, and $7,000 in concessions, totaling approximately $64,000 in vacancies, bad debt, and concessions, while the assessor's 10% average is only $39,000. Our actual operating expenses were $264,000, while the assessor's 55% average is around $194,000, which is a difference of $70,000 of operating expenses. The assessor has also incorrectly added concessions of $7,000 to the gross potential income and ignored $7,000 in concessions. And this relates to the manager's units, which was already included in a stated gross potential income of $333,000 for the subject property. The assessor ignored that if a manager unit was not offered to site personnel, that the owner will have to increase the site's payroll expenditures by a commensurate amount. The manager's unit is also an actual component of the site's personnel compensation package. So the result of their assessment gives an arbitrary $103,000 increase to the net operating income and a consequential $800,000 overstatement of valuation, which will translate to $13,000 of additional tax burden compared to the last year's actual tax bill, while the actual difference in net operating income compared to the last year was only $8,000, calculated using county's template from previous year. So, these equalized averages of the assessor's pro forma method results in one or more properties receiving unjust enrichment via tax break, which is in violation of state statute, because their revenue is understated and their expenses are overstated, while another struggling property like ours is penalized with excessive taxes from the overstatement of revenue and understatement of expenses. The equalized averages of the assessor's pro forma method violate the income approach. The assessor failed to account for relevant facts that pertain to subject property. Income approach requires the use of actual income and actual expenses to calculate the NOI. These equalized averages of the assessor's pro forma method is subject to the same critique as the market and sales comparison approach, which ignores special circumstances affecting low-income housing tax credit properties. And these special circumstances include, but are not limited to, unique rents and income restrictions and increased operating costs. This method of valuation is complete departure from assessor's charge to assess fair market value and full and true value that a property will bring in a competitive market, as required by South Dakota Statute 10-6-104, where a willing buyer and a willing seller, each acting prudently with a full knowledge of relevant facts. Ignoring actual historic vacancies, bad debt, and concessions, as well as ignoring the actual historic expenses of the subject property, is a complete deviation from state statute and the income approach to value. Under South Dakota Statute 10-6-119, the director may not adopt a different standard of value because it is to serve as a basis of taxation. This new and capricious method to valuation is in complete violation of this statute. It it is evident that the shift in methodology resulted in nearly 800,000 upward adjustment in valuation. We can only conclude, based on the information provided to us by the assessor's office, that this is a blatant attempt to artificially increase the value of property for tax purposes and for the county's benefits. Also, we believe that taxpayers and the public deserve transparency and predictable assessments. These massive shifts in methodology eliminate predictability, and the failure of the assessor's office to provide us with the taxpayer with step-by-step explanation of their calculation as well as their underlying metadata to explain how they reached their conclusion of 55% income to expense ratio and 10% overall vacancies, bad debt, and congestion fosters an environment of distrust. So this concludes my presentation.
Okay, so thank you, sir. So there's a lot there. Let's start digging into this. Carla, would your office like to respond?
Yes. Ethan has the floor.
So with this property, it is a low-income property or low-income apartment complex. And because it's a income-producing property, we do need to consider the income approach to value for this property, as we have for all the other low-income apartments in the county as well, which there's 10 low-income apartments, 8 of which did provide us with financial information this year to review. And this property had absorbent expenses compared to all the other properties. And so I don't know if the appellant will be able to answer why this one individual low-income apartment has such higher expenses than, or expense ratios or total expenses, than the other apartment complexes. But that really was the underlying issue here with the difference between our two values. You can see that we did apply 55% expense ratio to the income data provided by the appellant for this property, just like we did for the other 10 low-income apartment complexes as well. That was our median expense ratio for the low-income apartments, which is roughly about 20% higher than the average normal non-rent restricted apartment complexes. We use the same cap rate that we used for all the other apartments in Lincoln County as well. And you can see just based on this slide here that this property is in line with all the other ones as well. So,
What were the high expense areas listed by the appellant?
administrative expenses.
And did they break down what the administrative expenses were, or was it just a lump sum category?
Lump sum category.
Okay. Anything else?
Do you want to see the income approach? He did note that wasn't part of the presentation.
Well,
yeah, and
what
I
I
forgot to address that part. That was emailed to him on Monday at 8:40 a.m.
So what I would say from an administrative point of view is I think now and into the future, I think when the income approach is used, those materials should be provided to the board.
And I apologize. I did put it in the PowerPoint this morning, and we're using a different copy of the PowerPoint, so I just...
And I understand, and we can easily, administratively distribute those here, or just show them on the screen.
Yeah, say I could put it on the
Go ahead.
PowerPoint and try to
Go
make
ahead.
this happen.
We have actually provided internal income statement which provides the breakdown of the administrative expenses as well as the audited financials.
John, Commissioner Poppins has a question for you.
What was in your income approach per unit? How did that break down?
My income approach per unit. So we have used last year's templates. So we have added our total income, which includes rent, rent assistance subsidy, laundry, and other stuff. And then we have taken out actual numbers of vacancies, losses, and manager concessions. And our effective gross income is $319,799 as compared to the county's $352,307.
Is that John, I think more to the point, is that the 18,562 per unit? On your PT-17 form, you listed I mean, this is prorated, of course, but it's listed as
yes.
18,562 per unit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that's under your income approach.
Correct, yes, using the actual expenses and actual revenues.
I don't know if that answers your question, Commissioner.
Yeah, I was looking for that. I just didn't see it on the PT.
Okay, John, take a beat once. Ethan, go ahead with the income slide if you want to.
Okay, so we did use the provided income for the gross income here. So, you know, the total rent, some of these apartments can be rented out at the full and true market rent, and others are restricted to the rent. So with low income housing, it is typically best to use their actual rents. So you can see gross income out of 44 units was $340,900. The rent assistance subsidy is included by law. You cannot use the interest credit subsidy, which are it's like a loan program for low income developments. And then we also estimated some other income of $9,240. That can be things like a laundry facility, things of that sort, pet income, that type of thing, extra garages. So then we came to a potential gross income of $352,307. We applied our equalized expense rate of 55%. So that gives us an EGI of, well, we don't have the EGI listed here, but you would just take the potential gross income, take out the actual expenses, annual expenses, and then you derive at your net income of $158,038, and then you take the net income, capitalize that. We're using the same capitalization rate for all of our income properties to arrive at a value of $1,751,802.
And then when you divide that by the number of units, you get the 39,814 number?
You should. If you take 1,751,802 divided by 44, you should arrive at that per unit value stated.
Okay.
May I comment?
Yes, John, you may.
So this 55% expense to income, our actual numbers are close to 80%. So this equalized 55% cuts our expenses by $70,000, which is reflected in net operating income and actual valuation by enormous amount, as well as the 10% that relates to the vacancies and concessions. Our actual number was 13.7, using actual numbers, not equalized averages.
It sounds like poor financial management to me.
Is this John, a 1 year financial numbers, or was this an average over a period of time?
Well, it depends because you guys change it every year. We just use a template from last year, which calculates 4-year average. So my numbers are 4-year average. I'm available to tell you the 1 year average too. But with unpredictability in your assessments, we can even budget for something like this. And comparables, when it comes to income approach, that is just unheard of. You run into the same problems as the sales and markets comparison when you calculate valuation of low income tax credit properties, because they're so much different.
Well,
and I'm sorry.
No, here's what I was going to say. I think you've got an interesting argument. The problem here is I've also got a schedule we've got to maintain, and we've got to do right by both the Equalization Office and you. This could go on for a little while. What I want to find out is, do any of the members of the commission have a motion to make, or do you want to entertain a motion to table this until the 26th? Okay, well, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to close the floor to testimony, because I think we've got the gist of it. What I'm going to ask the commissioners now is, do you have any other questions, or do you have motions to make?
screen.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we accept the assessor's recommendation for $1,751,802.
I'm gonna second that, and I'm gonna look and see what, that's the new number.
That is the new number.
Very good,
Yes,
yes,
the new number.
thank you.
Okay, so we've got a motion and second to accept the assessor's recommendation.
Give me those numbers again.
They are,
$1,751,802.
Okay, I got those.
you got the land and the structure breakdowns?
Yes, you have that.
Okay.
Yep. Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
No. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, sir. Next appeal, Wilson Trailer Company. I don't see anybody here in the office with us, and are they on the phone with us?
No.
Okay, go ahead, Carla.
Our next appeal is parcel number 250.15.00.C100. It's located at 415 East Oriole in Lenox, South Dakota. It's owned by Wilson Trailer Company. It is a manufacturing facility for trailers. Was built in 2007 was the original structure. There was a new addition put on in 2011. It has a total square footage of 160,269 square feet, 30 feet sidewalls. We have a current assessed value of $10,263,606. That's what the assessment went out at. They did not appear before the local board of equalization because they are out-of-state landowners. This is a direct-to-county appeal. We did supply some comparable of properties. The sales are old, but with commercial structures, we do have to reach back at least 5 years. We also provided an assessment equity. It was not in a sale. So with that being said, our subject property is being assessed at $63 per square foot. Our cost or assessed values on the sale and the assessment equity indicated a valuation between $77 and $102 a square foot. The sales are indicating a price per square foot between $85 and $96 a square foot. So a full interior inspection was performed in June of 21 during the reappraisal of the city of Lenox. Property is valued at normal condition, as are the comps in Lincoln County that have been used. So we did review the appellant sales comparables. The average year built on these were 1980, being considered older than the subject property and therefore having more depreciation factored into the selling price. These comparable sales also show a per square of the selling price divided by the square foot of the structures. To have a true price per square foot of the selling price, one would need to deduct the land value from the selling price, then divide that by the square footage. So the value of the land was added in. We show a map of the comparables, and to be honest, this is very unique. We had to reach out quite a ways throughout the county to find some comparisons. I do want to also make note on our recommendation. So some of the properties that the appellants were using were from other states, not even within the state of South Dakota. We just felt those were irrelevant to the Lincoln County assessments. So therefore, we're recommending to leave the assessment at $10,263,606.
Okay, thank you for the recommendation. Nobody's joined us over the phone, have they? Okay. Members of the commission have any questions or action?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we stay with the recommended valuations presented by the Department of Equalization. And I want to note that I believe all of the comparable sales that were used in their evaluations were outside of the state, let alone outside of the county.
Okay, we got a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes. Okay. Next appeal is Sun Enterprises. It's the Hy-Vee on that 57th and Cliff? Okay. Is Mr. Gabe Noller on the line?
Yeah, this is him.
Okay, Mr. Noller, our assessor's office is going to make their presentation first, and then we'll allow you to reply. Go ahead, Carla.
Our next appeal is parcel number 280.19.00.001C. It's titled under the name of Sun Enterprises. It's located at 1231 East 57th Street in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It is a grocery store built in 2006. It's of normal grade and condition for the property. The total square footage is 44,956 square feet. We do have a current assessed value of $5,460,598. This is a direct to county appeal. It was not heard on the local level. So we did perform 3 approaches to value. The market approach on this specific property type was deemed unreliable with not having current sales. The income approach was also deemed unreliable as no income information was provided by the appellant. As long-term lease says do not fit into the current market rents. The cost approach value is the only sound value for this property. So therefore, the assessors recommend no change to the value. We do show some comparables that are assessment equity, all of which are in Lincoln County. Our current assessment on the subject property is $78 per square foot. Using our assessment equity, we have a range between $70 and $91 per square foot on our grocery stores. Therefore, that is why we are recommending to leave the value at the 2022 value. There's some additional information. We do have a map that shows where the subject property is located in the northeast corner of the map. We did have to reach out a little ways in each of our other towns to find comparable properties for the assessment equity. We also provided some information that was provided through the tax consultant that are appealing this particular property for the commission's review.
Is that everything, Carla?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Noller, go ahead.
So just so I'm clear, for 2022, the county reassessed, and that's where the value came from, the $5,460,598. Is that correct?
That appears to be the case, sir.
Was it valued on the cost approach last year?
So as you can see from the first slide here, anytime the building gets over $5 million, it's appealed. It was appealed in 2019. So it was a county board value that rolled off. You're just back to our cost approach value again.
I see. Okay. So it was appealed and reduced in 2019. That value was carried forward until 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's see. And for the grocery portion, you're saying that the value is $78 a square foot for just the grocery store?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's just for the building. That's the price per square foot just on the building.
Okay. All right. I think that's the only question that I have. Well, other than the fact that, would we be able to just review, did you say you had some sales in the $70 to $90 range? Were they sales? Is that what it was?
Nope. So these are other assessments in the county that are properties like yours.
Oh, okay. That are assessed between 70 and 90.
Yep, $70 and $91 a square foot.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Those are the only questions I had.
Other than the questions that you had for staff, do you have any other presentation you'd like to make?
Well, you guys have access to the information that we provided when we filed the appeal, correct?
Probably in civic clerk.
What information are you referring to, sir?
Well, our the income analysis and the leases that, or the comps that we use to come up with our values. It was provided when we filed the appeal.
Is it in their civic clerk?
I'm assuming that you don't have it.
Well, hold on a second, Mr. Noller. The
Sure.
assessor's office is looking through their files now. We're going to give them a minute to look for it.
Okay, sure.
So the comps you provided for the commission, I hope they were put in their packets, but you're referring to the comparables that you gave in Minnesota? Is that correct? Minnesota? A J.C. Penney's supermarket?
Well, I guess there's sales comps and lease comps. I'm not sure. I guess they do say Minnesota. Let me see something here. Yes, that's the information. Well, just for the record, can I tell you the value that we're requesting for the store portion is $3,641,440, and the C store we have it valued at $350 a square foot, or $814,000.
Is that what you're requesting? Is that what you're requesting, sir?
I'm sorry?
Are those the values you're requesting?
Yes. The overall value for this parcel would be $4,455,400.
Yeah, he values the land at 1.738, structure at 2.716.
His C-store structure is a lot higher than ours, and his grocery store value is much lower. I was just trying to figure out if that was still matching the PT-17.
Okay, sir, go ahead and continue with your presentation.
Well, that's really, I just wanted to read what we're requesting for the value. And that's based on the income.
Okay, anything else?
That's it at this time.
Okay, would the assessor's office like to reply?
It's based on income. That number is based on income that wasn't provided to us.
Are you talking about the actual income on the store?
Correct.
Okay.
Your
yeah,
lease.
that's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And I hate to table or postpone, but I would ask then that the staff have time to review that income approach. You haven't had time to.
It was included in the slideshow where
Yeah, but have you?
For it, and he just refused to give it to us.
Oh.
I think there's been time.
Well,
I still will offer a motion, it doesn't have to have a second, that we table this, allowing the individual to present all of the information for the staff to look at it and evaluate it.
no, I agree. I'm supportive of these. I'm always supportive of these larger commercial endeavors having more time to make their presentation anyway, because it does involve a deep dive into the income approach. And I think generally speaking, the 10-minute model that we use here is not conducive to talking about income-based approach. That's why I voted no on the last apartment complex. However, the board has heard Commissioner Poppins's motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a
Are we
motion-
tabling till the 26th?
That would be part of my motion.
Okay. Is that part of your second, Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Okay, got a motion and a second to table till April 26th. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppin?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Noller, the matter has been tabled till the 26th. If you have additional information you want to share with our equalization office, please do so. I would say that if you do want the benefit of being able to receive an assessed value based off an income approach, it behooves you to provide the income information to support that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, it's 3:34. We've got Sunset Investors Dennis Jones at 3:40. Is this Mr. Jones in the audience? I'm gonna assume not. Okay. Is Mr. Jones appearing by phone?
Yes.
Is he on the line? Okay, Mr. Jones, can you hear me?
I am.
Okay, Carla, go ahead and make your pitch.
Our next appeal is parcel number 280.43.01.001B. It's owned by Sunset Investors LLC, located at 5124 Southwestern Avenue in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It is an office complex that was built in 2003. We have a total building area of 6,976 square feet. The lot size is 51,023 square feet. We have a total assessed value of $1,029,781. The request of the appellant is $916,400. We do show some comparable sales that have taken place in the last 3 years. Our assessment on the subject property is at $107 per square foot. The cost or the assessed values of the comparable properties are between $108 and $112 a square foot. The market is indicating a valuation between $100 and $149 a square foot. There was income information provided by the appellant, but we felt that those market rents were not conducive to what the market is today. You can see their income information provided to board. We supplied on that. Some of the rents are, a co-owner to the building. That kind of threw out the income approach to valuation, in our opinion. You can see where the subject property is located in the southeast corner of the map. The comparables are not that far away to the subject property. At this point, the assessor's office was recommending no change to the current assessed value of $1,029,781.
Anything else, Carla?
No.
Okay.
Other than there was a interior inspection done in 2018.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jones, go ahead.
Yes. No, I appealed this thing because it is the first time that this building, I've ever seen it valued at over $1 million. I've owned the thing for almost 20 years. The leases I have in place, even though one is a co-owner, he's still paying, to be honest with you, he's paying about the highest rate in the building. I've had these leases in place, some of them for the last 4 or 5 years, and the one for about 2 years. I've got both of these leases expiring January of 03 and July of 03. And I just didn't think that if I were to put this building on the market, and it's in fair shape, it's in good shape for a building that's almost 20 years old, I really didn't think that I could probably sell this building for hopefully between $950,000 and $965,000. I don't know what's going to happen in today's marketplace if one of these tenants should vacate. I could be looking at some vacant space, and then the property value is going to go down considerably. Right now, I'm 100% full. And as an owner, I'm retired now, but I've sold a lot of property in Sioux Falls, some office buildings in the past, and I'm not ever asked how many square feet. I'm asked, what's the income? What's the term of the leases? I've even been asked to renew leases before a contract has been signed. And then at the end, they ask, what the building condition is like, because they're the ones that might have to pick up that expense in the future. So that's really what brought me to even appeal this thing in the first place. I know that this thing hasn't changed in value for the last 4 or 5 years, but you know what? Neither has my income. That's really it. I've been watching this thing for the last hour. I kind of feel, I don't know. This is kind of a unique way to continue to do business, I guess, since I'm in Florida.
Well, I do have a question for the assessor's office. Is on this property, why wasn't the income approach, was the income approach used as the valuation method?
No, I don't. It doesn't appear
I
that.
see you guys now.
It doesn't appear that the income approach was used on this property, no. Typically, in the past, we haven't gotten a lot of office income information enough to make a sound judgment on that. But there are some that, we do put on the income approach. And typically, we will go with the lower of the two. But, I think we kind of covered it on the last one a little bit. Or the previous apartment appeal, the low-income apartment appeal. We can make a decent judgment based on a group of financials just to see whether those itemized parts of the income approach are in line or if they're a little bit out of line. Because the way that one person operates their business isn't typically a representation of how they're all operated, I guess, in an efficient way. So if you inefficiently run a business, it doesn't necessarily reflect the market potential for the
don't
next
tell me
person.
that, though.
Or if you
One
don't,
person at a time. Hold on.
if you don't rent out
Okay.
at market rent, if you have a contract rent that's below market rent, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what your property is going to bring on the market.
So let's flip to the slide that talks with the 3 valuation methods here. Okay. Now, I'm reading that and I notice it's all highlighted in red. And maybe you're just confusing I think you're probably just confusing properties here. Did this guy supply income information or not?
Yes.
Okay. And he supplied it, and your office made a determination that you didn't like that dollar amount. You thought it's not conducive of current office sales, right? You felt that 91 is anywhere from $10 to almost $20 less a square foot, right?
Right.
Okay. But you also typically do tend to use the lower of the valuation methods when they're provided. It's just in this instance, you thought it was too low.
Yes, but we usually have more documentation from other office buildings to help us determine if that is an actual reliable approach to valuation, because assessments are based on what? Equalization. So as Ethan had stated, we don't want to use, one standard of income to represent what's being conducive in the market, because you can see it doesn't fall in line with the market. So as soon as we do this and use this type of assessment, then next year they see that and others will see that and then try to use the same form of approach to value.
Fully understood, yeah. And I think that's what we're trying to suss out here is what's going on with the below market rate income valuation approach. And I think that's where he's coming from. And he kind of alluded to the fact that he's got 3 tenants and 1 is an owner, and he hasn't really raised rents. And since he hasn't raised rents, it's very conducive for him to be able to use the income model approach and to be able to say, hey, I don't have a high income. Here's why you should use this one. It's best for me. And you all are saying, well, wait a minute there. You're not quite in the zone of where other similar properties are across Sioux Falls. I mean, if I kind of sum this thing up, yeah.
Yes, very well, thank you.
Okay. Any members of the commission have questions, staff or the property owner?
Could I make one statement?
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I just wanted, and it's not a big deal, guys. That this is, I'm not asking for a whole lot. In fact, I don't even see that I put a number down. I was thinking this property, if I were to sell it, was always going to be somewhere between $950,000 and $970,000. I never thought I could ever get $1 million for this property. But when they did use comparable number 3 at Crossing Place, I was the owner of that building. And when it went for $1,475,000, that wasn't just for that building. It was for 2 properties. There was another property included in on that sale that was worth about $300,000. It was property located at 5121 South Crossing Place, which was a fully developed parking lot. So I just didn't know if that comparable should have been used and if it was fair. That's really all I got to say.
Go ahead, Ethan.
We did adjust the purchase price for the
Okay.
2 properties.
Okay.
I've got it going on, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I want to thank the gentleman for taking time to visit with us about his property. Unfortunately, I do not believe that we can utilize his income approach because he's a good landlord to his tenants, but unfortunately, I think that the market has changed dramatically in the last few years. And I would any real estate agent's going to caution you to say what your price is before you visit with them. Market has changed dramatically here very recently. With that, I'm going to move that we stay with the Department of Equalization's recommended numbers.
Got a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Got a motion and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppin?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
No. Thank you. The motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
We've got a few minutes, but the next one on the docket is Killarney Crossings LLC. Is there a representative here for them? Yes, sir. Do you want to start early? You're ready to go?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Come on up to the podium.
I have some handouts, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead, and then while you're doing that, Carla and Ethan will start their presentation.
We have a property parcel number 280.55.02.003 owned by Killarney Crossing. It's located at 4300 West 59th Street in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It is an apartment complex consisting of townhomes, 142 to be exact. We have a total square footage of 169,248. Each unit is approximately 1,192 in size. We have a total assessed value that went out on the assessment notice of $14,519,114. The assessors are recommending no change as it's assessed in comparison to like properties and lower than the current market sales. So we do have a good list of sales that are fairly recent sales of like properties. We show an income approach to valuation. Overall, we have an assessed value, and this is per unit, of $102,247 per unit. The cost or the assessed value is indicating between 102,571 and 116,228 per unit. The market is indicating a valuation between 116 and $1,860 and $182,482 per unit. The income approach is showing $99,314 to $104,660 per unit. Assessments are equal. We're under market value. Therefore, the assessors are making a recommendation to keep the assessment at $14,519,114. Local
you.
board, it did get heard at local board, and the local board made no change.
Thank you, Carla.
Yes.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, sir, and could you state your name for the record too?
Yes, my name is Todd Ernst. And I guess I'd just like to talk generally about housing in Sioux Falls for a couple minutes, if I may. We are truly in unprecedented times in Sioux Falls for housing, okay? Both single-family owned housing and multifamily owned housing is really seeing pricing levels that we've just never seen before. For multifamily, in particular, the subject property, these are cap rates that are established by some recent sales in the last couple of years that we've seen. We've never even seen anything close to this before. We're talking some cap rates established that are sub 5 caps, okay? So, in my time in Sioux Falls and people that have been here a lot longer than I have, we've just never even seen anything close to this. So let's just recognize that what we have here is going on as a bubble, and we had a similar bubble back in 2008 with housing, and it's going on across the country. But this time, Sioux Falls is seeing the same effect that's gone on in other places. Okay, so let's just kind of recognize that, I guess. I think we can all feel it, and I'm truly worried about affordable housing. Okay. We're trying to get as many housing units built in the city as possible. Many multifamily housing. I think the best way to combat some of the rent challenges we've got is just to add more supply to the market so that there's downward pressure on those rents for residents. And I truly want, as an apartment owner, investor, that we want residents to be able to afford those rents in apartments, okay? And we went through a reassessment a couple years ago by the county, and they did this, and they're sort of doing it again with all the new comps that have been established here in the last few years with sales, with what's going on in this housing bubble, okay? And I think it's extremely naive to believe that these tax increases, which is the biggest expense line item on a property's P&L sheet, doesn't eventually just get passed into the rents. It does. And it's not about a greedy landlord. It's about what normal market forces happen. Any business will try to take expense increases and will try to figure out how to move them onto the revenue side. It's not just singles doing it. This is a normal market thing that will happen. So this is upward pressure on rents at a time when we just don't need it. Okay. So the assessor's office is going to be presenting a few high comps. They assess these properties. They know which ones are high, and they're assessing these. They also know which property owners are not likely to appeal their taxes. Okay, so I'm going to present you with a couple of what I think are very, very good lower comps. And all I'm asking for this commission is that we not continue this upward pressure on property taxes and rents and everything that goes into making housing less affordable in our community. Okay, so we'll try to keep. That's all I'm asking, is that we really try to keep those taxes in check. So Killarney Crossing, the assessed value per unit I've got, I think on the sheet I passed out to you, is $102,000 a unit. The property that's immediately adjacent to that property is Donegal Point. And that's why I felt this is a good comp. The assessed value of that is $80,000 a unit. Okay. There's another townhome property that's 2 miles away that was assessed at just over 83,000 unit, which is Platinum Point. Okay, Donegal has very similar amenities to the subject property. It's a different style, but it's again, in competition. It's got the same amenities and so forth. Platinum is a couple miles away, and it has minimal amenities, I'll admit, but this is probably one of the nearest townhome properties there. Platinum Valley is I think only a couple miles away too. That's sort of another example of a property right there. So we know the rents on Killarney on average, because we've got the rent roll and you can compute it. It's at $1 per square foot. Donegal Point actually receives higher rents, and we were able to receive that rent roll. And we know that property's average rents per square foot are $1.14 per square foot. Platinums are a little bit lower at 93 cents per, probably because of the lower amenities. But even the property that's older, 2000 right there, the Platinum Valley that's just a couple miles away as well too, looking at what their rents are, I don't have their rent roll, but just taking a sample of their advertised rents, what they've got, I've come up with what their rents are per square foot. So these are higher rents that these properties are getting. And all I'm asking is that we assess that somewhere close to the average of these three properties. I submitted, I think, the original request at the 82,939 per unit figure. I'd be very happy with somewhere close to that, kind of recognizing some of the information that the assessor's office gets, but I just can't, I frankly can't believe the numbers of the assessor's office, especially with the income approach. And I think we've relayed a lot of these concerns with the way they're doing it, that they're not getting apples to apples comparisons, when I can go find that other properties have these assessed values so much lower than mine, okay, and their rents are higher. I don't get it. Okay, and if they have similar amenities, they're going to have similar expenses. I just simply don't get it. And all I'm asking again is that we reassess or lower the assessment value on the lower end somewhere in the mix of these comparable properties that I found.
Thank you, Todd. Assessor's office, would you like to respond?
I mean, one quick point on this, you're setting the market on these apartment sales. You've sold a few of these apartments yourself, and really all we're doing is relaying that information back to you. Continually, we've been low. You can see what the sale prices are on these properties and where they've been assessed or where they're currently assessed at. We are giving them the benefit by still continuing to do the income approach to value on these, and we're still low time after time. And these properties are supposed to be assessed at the same level of assessment as all the single-family homes and every other type of property that are in the county here, and so that's all we're trying to attempt to do here.
Go ahead.
And some of these comparables, Donegal Point is not a similar style building to the comparable, and the other two are a little bit older than the subject property as well. And we're using your income information to come up with this
Sure.
value.
And like I said, I kind of don't believe that you're getting great numbers with the income approach, and we've talked about that over the years. Now, I'm not going to deny at all that there's been property sales that have occurred in the last couple of years that have been off the charts, numbers that we've never seen before. Now, but I'll tell you how this works for apartments is it is extremely difficult to cash flow and make numbers work on new apartments right now, okay? The money is there on the sale. So it's irresponsible if you're seeing these high market prices, frankly, to not exit a property and take some of these sales. So it's not intentional, but it's market forces that are out of our control with these players coming in and establishing some of these frankly, what I believe are bubble level comps. And it is, we are shooting ourselves in the foot, frankly, if we're going and saying, okay, that's what the new property values are all worth, okay? Because we truly have a bubble, and I think other places around the country that see this bubble effect in bigger communities, East Coast, West Coast, they do stabilize their property values, okay, and they realize that there's a lot of swings, and then don't just go try to find the high water mark and reassess everything at that point. So that's all I'm asking. Let's put downward pressure on our property taxes, especially in multifamily.
Thank you, Mr. Ernst. Go ahead, Ethan.
Yeah, I mean, we're not assessing a bubble. You set the market at this, so it's hard for me to believe from you that you think this is a bubble. And even if you do really believe that, we'll address that next year if sales start to come down.
Well, what'll happen, Ethan, is, okay, there's comps, but what'll happen is if prices really get reset, you won't just see transactions at a lower amount. There just simply won't be transactions for a while. It'll just sort of go away for a while. And that's what happens, is that the bubble and the numbers that you see when, if they're up here right now, you'll just see a much, much slower market for transactions. You won't see all of a sudden just reset, oh, well, we better go do it again. But you probably will see it eventually in about 5 years, and you'll realize, oh, yeah, this is the problem. But what we've done is we've made it really, really difficult for that 5-year period of time instead of just trying to level things out.
If I may address the appellant and the board.
Yeah, of course.
We had a reappraisal of our apartment and commercial properties in 2018. We applied it for our 2019 assessment year. The same argument took place. You said we were going to, overinflate these values, and it was going to make it hard for people to, the buy and sale, and, the taxes are the biggest expense. And
so do you think that it's not difficult right now for residents to afford the rents?
I think it's difficult for everybody, including ourselves, when we're faced with putting full market values and, using the 3 approaches to value. We're the same argument is being said about the bubble and everything in our residential properties and our agricultural properties.
And you haven't seen a change in your value in years, and you've increased your rents already, correct?
Well, this is a huge increase in our
But you're not paying taxes on this, and you've already increased your rents, right?
Well, along with rent increases, okay, there's also all the,
You said this was your biggest line item.
multiple expense lines that are increasing, okay? We know what's going on with inflation. And you're seeing, labor increases, you're seeing all the different services increase. This is increased, so all we're doing is just, we're just propping this thing up, okay? And I'll tell you, when we did the countywide reassessment a couple of years ago, I did have concerns, Carl, and we met and we talked about all this, and we met with several of the owners, that what was gonna happen is that we were just gonna put added pressure on residential rents, and we absolutely do have more pressure now than ever before on residential rents, and then we're simply just making it even more difficult to build more multifamily, which is badly needed in Sioux Falls right now. So that's all I'm saying.
Has there ever been a market?
Okay, hold on. Excellent public policy discussion, absolutely, and a good discussion with regard to your appeal. We could probably be here all day. In fact, we probably need, as a part of local government, we need more of this, actually. We need a much larger discussion on the issue. However, our task today, of course, is to decide your appeal. And so, do any members of the board have questions for staff or Mr. Ernst? Okay, hearing none, I'll close the floor to testimony then, and I'll ask if the members of the board have any motions they'd like to make.
I'll get up. I'll take it.
I guess I was gonna go ahead and say, I think the squeeze is on everything and everybody, and we all have more expenses than what we should right now. This is the world we're living in, and an inflationary rate. I do look at your assessment history. There was 3 years there was no change. At the same time, I do know that rents are going up. I guess I would go ahead and accept the assessor's recommendation.
for the land at $1,218,149, the structure at $13,330,965, for a total of $14,519,114.
I'm going to second that, and I do have a comment if I could.
We've got a motion and second. Is there any discussion? Go ahead.
Comment. I've been in the multifamily industry before. Not sure if I'll ever get back into it again. But the thing that I find interesting is we continuously talk about affordable housing. And the biggest thing that is an extra burden to multifamily properties, which has taken I think a larger percentage of the workforce that we need to fill job vacancies, is burdened by not receiving a discount on property taxes because it isn't owner occupied. We've talked to Ethan about where things are, I believe, not fair. These are where people live too, and that cost is directed back to them. So they may not own that building, but they're paying the burden of that extra tax. And that's just my commentary for today.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else, any member of the board want to make a comment? I've got a lot of comments, but I'll save them for another forum. No further discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppin?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
No. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Gabriel Ehlers on the phone from Wells Fargo Bank. Mr. Ehlers, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you, sir. My name is Joel
Yeah.
Ahrens. I'm on the county commission here. Now is the time and place for your appeal for Wells Fargo
Okay.
Bank. Our
Okay.
assessor's office will present first, then you'll reply to them, okay?
Sounds great.
Okay, go ahead, Carla.
Our next appeal is parcel number 280.57.01.001. It's located at 3610 Avera Drive in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It's a Wells Fargo bank. Its current use is a bank built in 2006. It has approximately 5,040 square feet. We have a current assessed value of $1,837,385. The property appellant is requesting a valuation of $1,772,000. The assessor's office's recommendation is no change to the current assessment based on assessment equity. We do show three banks built in approximately the same year, same size as the appellant. We are currently assessing the subject property at $178 per square foot. Our assessment equity comparables show a range between $179 and $211 per square foot. You can see for where the subject property is located on the western edge of Louise Avenue. Comparable 3 is relatively close to the subject property. Comparables 1 and 2 are quite a ways out, but again, we're using them as an assessment equity properties within Lincoln County. Again, based on the information that we have on the bank, the Wells Fargo Bank, and the other banks that we have in Lincoln County, the assessors are making a recommendation of no change for the 2022 assessment year.
Thank you, Carla.
Yes.
Excuse me. Thank you, Carla. Mr. Ehlers, go ahead.
Yeah, so the first thing I'd like to do is just make sure we are talking about the same size of building. I believe the assessor said they had 5,040 square feet of building area. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so when unless I'm missing something, when I divide
1.837 million by 5,040, I'm getting $365 a square foot.
You're using the total value divided by the building footprint, correct? Our per square foot value is taking the building value divided by the building square footage.
Okay, so you're saying your improvements per square. Okay, I understand. Okay, that clears that up. Yeah, so we included a cost approach in our packet that we sent over. Let's see, as you can tell, we're pretty close in value. We're not too far off at 1.772 million, or a value of $352 a square foot for the entire property. Let's see. That would be $165 per square foot of improvements. Let's see. I would be interested in seeing this workup done. If the assessor has something like, if they can talk to any sort of valuation technique that's not reliant on the assessed values of other properties, perhaps a income analysis or a cost approach. I would just say that, if you have 3 banks in your jurisdiction, and I'm saying ours is overassessed, it doesn't prove anything to say the other ones are assessed the same as far as what the property is actually worth.
Go ahead, Ethan. You want to address that?
So you're representing Wells Fargo in this appeal, correct?
Yes.
And if you feel like this particular bank is not assessed in accordance with market wrong, this is the exact same footprint as our comparable number 1, which is also a Wells Fargo, also in Sioux Falls, not too far away. Is there any reason why you guys hadn't appealed that?
I'll let the comment stand on its own. I want Mr. Ehlers to continue to make his presentation. I mean, if Mr. Ehlers feels that he wasn't provided some information or needs more
Time.
more time essentially, or needs more data provided to him, there may be consideration provided to him by this board. Is that what you're asking for, Mr. Ehlers?
Yes, and in general, I do maybe 20 appeals a year in South Dakota, and
okay,
we greatly appreciate the time that.
Okay.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd offer a motion to table this to, forgive me the date again, 26th. So that appellant has some time to review and adequately make his argument. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon,
Yes.
Commissioner Poppin,
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's.
Yes. Okay, we're going to be in recess until, how much time you need?
4 minutes.
We'll be in recess till 4:20. Thank you. Next appeal on the docket is Meadows at Greystone LLC. There's actually 2 of those on our docket, but it's a number of different parcels. And it looks like first of all, I'll just ask the appellant, is it okay if we address all of these parcels globally?
That was my intent, is
Okay.
that it's all one property.
Okay, and is that okay with you, Carla? Or
There are a couple parcels that don't have structures on them. They're just a piece of property. They're just a piece of ground.
Okay.
Just a sliver of a retention area or
Okay.
buffer strip.
And we don't
per
care
se.
how you allocate it among the parcels, frankly, as long as the total adds up.
Not appealing that portion of those assessments.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it.
You're concurring that you're not appealing those parts of those assessments.
I can't remember how we did. I think we talked to your office about, and I think you guys said only submit the largest couple properties with.
Well, let's do this then.
Okay.
Since, let's just do each parcel, segment it out the way we have it on the docket right now, okay? And if we slide into it for one reason or another, fine. But let's handle the first parcels first, the ones that end in 02 and 03.
Our first appeal is parcel number 281.59.23.002. It's located at 5201 South Greystone Avenue in Sioux Falls. It's under the ownership name of Meadows at Greystone. It is an 8-plex unit. Average unit size is approximately 1,069 square feet. We have, it was built in 2017, so it's fairly new construction. We have a total assessed value of $739,939, which equivalates to approximately $92,231 per unit. We are recommending no change. Values are lower than the current sales per unit. And we are looking at some additional software usage to help us value multifamily properties in the upcoming year. That's just a side note. You have seen these sales. We have a few sales that have occurred in the last few years that helped us determine how our assessments are falling in line with the market approach to value, as well as the income and the cost approaches. So all three approaches to value have been utilized on this appeal. Our assessment on a subject property, again, is being assessed at $92,231 per unit. The cost is indicating a range between $156,690 and $165,973. So that shows a really good uniformity within our assessment equity. The market is indicating an price per unit of $116,860 and $182,482 per unit. The income is indicating a range between $99,314 and $110,480. We show some median prices of multi-parcel sales in our next comparison slide. It shows on the map where the subject property is located in conjunction with the comparable properties. They are all within Lincoln County. Again, the assessors are recommending no assessment change to the 22 assessment year, leaving it at $737,939 for the 8-unit structure.
Okay, thank you, Carla. Anything else?
No.
Okay, Mr. Ernst.
Okay, Todd Ernst here again, and I guess no need to kind of go through all the policy discussion we had earlier. Now, okay, when I add up all the different parcels for the assessment, Carla, we came up with the total assessment of the $16,675,366, right? Over 20 units. We see that assessed value at $83,377 per unit. And I think that's the trick here. Is that there's probably some parcels in there with no units on it and so forth. But when we take everything up, that you're required to have all this property, this land for the property, that's what the total assessment is. And that's what we've done for these other properties. Now, Meadows on Greystone, okay? This is really kind of tucked in. It's right next to Horizon Elementary School. This was built by Lloyd Companies in 2016. And this was truly, one of their first attempts to create a market rate workforce, targeted affordable housing product, okay? There's no amenities. The goal of this property was really to try to build to that, that rent level, okay? Figuring that there's a school right across the street, children want to play, there's all the benefits of the land and the playground at the school. The only thing that's there's a dog run on this property, okay? But there's no clubhouse, none of the other amenities. Now, this property, this townhome style, or sorry, multi-level style unit was also built in 2 other places in Lincoln County. The exact same units were built just a couple miles away, which is Edgewater Villas. That's the exact same units. We're talking the only, same unit sizes, same layout, same everything. They put it maybe a little different on the property. The main difference with Edgewater Villas is that does have an outdoor pool. It's also in a much better location. Okay, that when we look at what their rents are compared to our rents, we see that with the added location there, the newer property, a couple years newer, and the pool, they're getting about 18% higher rents than Meadows on Greystone. Now, again, the second comp I've got there is Edgewater Apartments, which is the exact same property built in T. And the reason why I'm going to cite that is because when I look at the rent roll on both of those properties, they're virtually identical. So granted, we're talking Sioux Falls and T, but we're within the Lincoln County. We're still within the same taxing area, okay? Edgewood Apartments built in 2017. It's less units built in the center of T, and those rents per square foot are the exact same $1 per square foot. Okay, that's there. So between these 2 properties, I don't know how you get a better comp than those 2 properties. And the third comp I've got there is Village at 3 Fountains, which is within 5 miles there. Okay. That's a larger complex, but similar unit size, 182 versus the 200. But this property does have lots of amenities, okay? They've got, a pool, a clubhouse, a community room, a theater room, a gym, outdoor grills, fire pit. They have a guest suite. And they're getting, when I look at what their rents that are out there, what they're advertising those rents at, and that's what's listed at the bottom, okay? Is those, that's roughly about 28% higher rent. So all those amenities are playing out. All I'm asking for here is that we be the average of those 3 properties, okay? So in Carl and I think this comes up with the land, and somehow we have to take that into account, but I'm asking for a fairly small reduction here, just the average of those 3 properties at $80,505 a unit. So I don't know how we get to that, but I'm just asking to be comped against those 3 properties, which I think I just don't know how you get better comps than that. Being the exact same properties, so.
Carla, would your office like to reply?
I'm still doing my research. We didn't get
Sure,
any of this information until
me.
right at this
Sure,
moment.
take a
so-
few
We
minutes.
presented this at local board, though.
At local
also,
board?
and we sent it to you.
She's thinking I have a question for Todd.
Go ahead.
Hey, Todd. I'm just looking at some of the landmass on your property that we're first talking about. There's, let me go back a second. Is any of that excess, and I'm going to call it excess because we have variations on several of these of per unit of 7,300 square feet to this property has almost 20,000 square feet per unit.
So there's a bunch of.
Is
sorry.
any of the rest of that property buildable or is it unusable for building?
There's a drainage area there, and we were required by the city
Yep.
when we built it. to
Nothing
take-
else can be built on it?
To take the yeah, you can't build on it.
There's no other area on that can be built?
Believe me, we built on every square footage piece of this land that we could, that the city would allow.
Sure, that's why that was my question, because there's such a discrepancy.
Yep. It's around sort of a drainage area that fills and, so.
It's beneficial for kids to play.
For
when
kids
it's
to
not
play, you could put a dog park there, you can't put anything else.
Has
really.
some use, but not buildable use.
Yep.
Okay, very good, thank you.
I mean, Ethan's gonna look up one other one, but we did notice like the Edgewood Apartments in T, there is a location factor. So, I mean, we do take consideration for
yeah.
location. The Village at 3 Fountains is a 3-story apartment building. It's not set up as a multi-duplex type apartment, so it is valued a little bit differently. Townhome versus straight up apartment. We are still looking at Edgewater from at first glance. They look exactly the same, and I'm just trying to figure out why the difference in the price per unit. Did you find anything, Ethan?
So, on the Edgewood Villas apartment complex, we are using the cost approach to value on that property. And like I said earlier, we give the benefit of the doubt to the appellants or the property owners when we're able to do the income approach. We'll take the lower of the three approaches or two approaches, the income and the cost approach. And we did that for both of these properties. We gave the cost approach to Seventh Wave Investments or Edgewater Villas because that was the lower of the two approaches. And we did the same thing on the appellant's property here as well. On this one, it's assessed on the income approach because that was the lower approach of the two.
Okay. Ethan, you said hang on, I gotta get my numbers so when I'm looking at it. The 737, 937 is based on the income approach?
Correct.
And that was, Todd, that was presented?
I guess I'm not sure what goes into her income approach. What I'm presenting here is just to be equalized with what I think are great comps in the same taxing district.
Ethan, can you look in the property on 615 Fitzgerald Court in T? Was that one done on an income approach or was that done on either cost or market?
Cost approach.
That one's done on cost approach.
So both of these two are done on the cost approach, the first two comparables. The third one is, I'm not sure, but not very comparable in style.
Okay.
First of all, do you need additional time?
No.
Do you have any further reply?
No, thank you.
Okay. Members of the board, members of the board, do you have any further questions for Mr. Ernst or for the department? Okay, hearing none, I'll close the floor to testimony at this time. Do the members have any motions to make?
Carla, Ethan, I'm not ecstatic about the comps we used.
For this particular property? Yeah, I think you're probably right. If you look at this slide here, you can pick out a fourplex if you want, and you can see the breakdown on the sales there. And you can see what they are per unit on a fourplex there.
On a sale.
On
yeah.
a sale, yep. I could get you the assessed value on that if you'd like.
Todd, I don't know if this is going to appease you, but I know it's going to upset my staff, so maybe that'll make you happy. I'm going to move that we adjust the average valuation of the units. Give me a second. To 85,000, leaving the land and making all of the adjustment on the structure. Sorry, I did not do the math. Someone's going to have to do the math.
You want to lower the NADC two?
So I need to take the 85 times the 4. So 340,000, no, there's 8, sorry, times 2. It'd be 680,000.
Are we talking about the 002?
That's higher.
Is it,
We're talking about parcels 002. It ends with 002.
Okay.
So currently, we have the structures at 580,398 at the 85 per unit. If my math is correct, at 8 units is $680. And then we'd have to add in the land value. That is actually a higher assessment.
no, that, I was leaving the land in that total.
Oh, okay.
So I take the 157, 541 out of that, so 522, 559.
You may have already made up your mind on this, but and I apologize, I didn't make the sheet, and obviously I didn't review it long enough, but the assessed value is there for all of those properties, and the top ones are all in Sioux Falls there. So you can see the
Yeah.
assessment per unit there, along with the sale price and where those values fall in line with the sales.
I'm afraid my decisions is made, and it's mostly by fact, when we presented our arguments of comparable 1, 2, and 3, I just didn't like them.
Okay, Commissioner, would you just restate your motion there?
So we're gonna place the land, or the building structure at 522, 459, and leaving the land at 157, 541.
522, 459?
Correct. And land, it remains the same at 157, 541.
So
Is there-
680.
Is there a second to that effect?
680,000 total?
677,
What?
isn't it?
Yes, yes.
No? Yes? No?
Hold
If I
on a
take
second.
522,
677.
459 plus 157, 541.
677.
Not,
Unless I have the wrong numbers. I have an AV lot of 157, 541.
That's the same numbers I came up with.
It is.
There's only one 8-plex sale on there, though, and it was $900,000 in 2019.
Yeah, sales are, we don't have any of our properties at market assessed, equalized.
So 522, 459 plus 157, 541.
Yep.
680,000.
680,000, yeah.
That's what I have.
Six.
Okay, so that's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes. Okay, now, we need to clean this up a little bit, though. There was parcel 003 included in the last docket. That's the dog park. My understanding is, department's recommendation is to value that at $1,000, and
You're appealing that?
you
Well-
have $1,000 on there, but
I
it says you
think-
don't agree with it.
We just submitted all the parcels
Okay.
for this
Well, you
entire
can-
property, and in the past, what we've done is we've just looked at it as a whole property,
Okay.
so,
Do you have any comment on it?
no.
I
I
will-
mean, it is dog park.
You make
Okay.
a motion?
I'm gonna move that we stick with the equalizations off, valuation of $1,000.
Okay. Is there a second to that effect?
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes. Okay, that takes care of parcels 02 and 03. Now we need to discuss parcels 04 and 00. Go ahead,
If
Carl.
we use the same math, and I'm not trying to overcomplicate it, at 85,000 per unit, total valuation, is that what you want to do? I mean, equalize it.
Comparables are a little more comparable on this one.
Let's take a look at the
There may be.
comparable.
Let's go through the full
Okay.
presentation. We're talking about the parcel that ends with 004 now. Because
Okay.
the parcel ending in 000 is a
Yep.
bare
Located
piece
at-
of land. Yeah. Go ahead, Carla.
You bet. Located at 5401 South Greystone Avenue. Meadows at Greystone is the ownership name. It consists of 192 units built in 2016. We have a total assessed value of $16,675,366, which equates to $86,851 per unit. We do have some sales that we felt were very comparable to the subject property to help determine our market approaches to value. After all of the analysis done, we were valuing the subject property at $86,851 per unit. Our cost approach indicated a valuation range between $102,570 and $116,228. The subject is not under the cost approach to value. It is the income approach to value. Is that how I'm reading that? Yes. Okay, so the market is indicating a range between $116,860 and $182,482 per unit. The income approach is showing a valuation between $110,480 per unit to $125,863. You can see our analysis. We broke it down in many different ways between the unit size and the assessed value and the data sale and the price median assessment level and the price per unit. We broke it down every way we could to help you understand and help identify that how our assessments are in reflect to the market valuation. Time and time again, we're under market value.
Not every time. The market is just crazy.
Assessment equity.
Oh, I know. I've seen it time
You
and time
can see
again.
where subject property is located on the map in the southeast corner of the map. Comp 3 on our comparable search is literally right to the north of them. Comps 1 and 2 are a little bit further away, but all located in Lincoln County. Assessors are making a recommendation to leave the value at $16,675,366. I will note it went in front of the local board of equalization, and the local board made no change.
I think I made the case before. This is really all one property. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just confused why we have to talk about it this way, but I'll do my best. It's the same property. All I'm asking to do is be equalized with the other comparable properties there. I don't really understand these numbers. All I do is just frankly take all the different assessed parcels, and that's where I come up with the number of $16,675,000, divide that over the number of units, and I come up with the assessed value at the $83,000 per unit. And I do the exact same thing for those other comparable properties. So again, all I'm asking for is to be equalized with those same properties that are exact, same units as the. So we're not talking about a different property now. It's part of the same property. And there's no difference as far as, units built over here or you built any different than over here. They're the same thing. So I guess I'd ask that the consideration be taken as a whole somehow, that whatever the board is going to decide here, the commission is going to decide, that it add up to what would be an equalized assessment against the comps.
Are there any additional questions for staff or Mr. Ernst from the board? All right, I'll close testimony. Is there any discussion or action?
To simplify it, using my same logic of 85,000, gives us a total valuation of 16,000,000 $320,000. I would leave the land again the same of $338,246. Leaving us $14,981,754 for the structure.
Is that your motion?
That is my motion.
Is there a s-
14,981, 754?
Yes.
Are we actually reducing the overall assessed value? That's just what I ask, is with all that.
Say,
I guess I'm just asking, does the total actually reduce the overall assessed value? Is that the intention?
yes, it
Okay.
does.
You just
Okay.
reduced your
I-
assessed value.
Okay.
Yep.
About 350,000.
Repeat that number again, please.
So the structure's $14,981,754, and the land at $1,338,246.
So you get a total of 16,320,000.
$60,320,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppin?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
You've got one more.
We've got your
Dog
bear-
park
Got your,
again.
yeah, we got your bare land parcel. Well, actually, it looks like a drainage pond.
We have a $900 assessed value on it.
We can drop that one.
Yeah.
We're going to take action, deny it. It simplifies it. Otherwise, you have to put in a, Carla, if you don't want to go through it, I would offer a motion to accept your assessed value for that parcel.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppin?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes. Thank you, Mr.
you.
Ernst.
Thank you.
Okay, next up on the docket is CJB Townhomes LLC. And the first one we're going to discuss is parcels 401, 402, 403, 404. Ma'am, would you step up to the podium, please, and then please state your name so we know who we're talking to.
Do I have to talk in this?
Yes,
Okay.
you do.
right.
Unfortunately, because we have people watching.
We have people watching, we're making a recording, in case anything gets appealed, all of that.
Okay. My name is Joelle Benson.
Okay, Ms. Benson.
Okay.
These folks from the department are going to present first, and
Okay.
then you'll get your chance.
All
and then
right.
We'll go back and forth. Go ahead, Carla.
Our next set of appeals are parcel number 270.70.00.401, located at 321 Honeysuckle Drive in Harrisburg, South Dakota. They are townhomes that were built in 2006, approximately 1,394 square feet in the units. Lot size is approximately 2,193 square feet. They do have attached garages of 633 square feet. We are looking at these on an individual basis as they are individually parceled out. We have some sales. Comparable properties. I apologize, I don't have that page on. Do you have
I'm
that?
looking for it in my file here as I.
These may be properties that are, I'm sorry, I just don't have that slide on here.
We have the map of the comps.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't have the
But we
comp.
don't have the side-by-sides.
Our current assessed value on the subject property is $97 per square foot. The comps are located on, can I just take a timeout for a moment?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Do you have the ability to get an asterisk on this computer?
Yes. No, we can't.
We don't have it loaded on this computer, so if you don't mind, I'll just bring it up to the podium on here.
You can, or is he able to access it back there and then
Directly put it on.
put it on the
Can we get
screen?
into the S drive on this?
You can do that, or you can plug in your laptop and it'll split up there.
Thank you.
That works.
Were the appellants provided these in,
We did send them
okay,
the information. We would have emailed them.
okay,
And then also sent a letter to the address provided on the PT 17 form.
okay. It would have included these, though.
I would have to check that.
We need to check that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we want to ask them? Had to be a difficult one at the end of the day.
Well, we're gonna find out.
Yeah, otherwise it's gonna be easy. Quick.
This is the only page we're missing, I believe.
Technical difficulties.
Lost.
Did you all receive, Miss Benson, did you all receive that slide or not?
No.
That slide you did not
This is the
receive?
slide we received.
Yeah, I doubt it if it wasn't.
It wasn't on there?
This is the slide we just got is comp 1, 2, 3. Same building, so we're comparing it, just really won't read comps that are missing here.
Okay.
That's all I got.
So here's what we're probably gonna do then, is, you do one of two things. We can go through with the whole hearing here today, and that's fine, but you won't have the benefit of knowing what the government's evidence is that it wants to use in its case, which we have decided previously is not how we want to do these hearings. We want you to know what the comps are that they're using ahead of time, so you can come in prepared to this hearing. You could either move forward knowing that, or you can table this hearing and you can come back on April 26th.
And I'll apologize for that inconvenience.
Well,
No, you know
everybody's
what?
doing their
I-
level
I have
best.
one question, I'm gonna propose a motion. We'll see if it's a second.
Yeah.
Carla, can you tell me what the appellant is asking more or less than their 2020 assessment?
More.
Mr. Chairman, as I feel it is our burden to prove, I will award the request because we failed to provide the information in a timely manner. And I would do that on this parcel as well as all of their parcels for this year.
Okay, so
That's my motion.
I'm sensing some quizzical look there from Ms. Benson, and so what he has proposed is basically to award you what you're asking for. Do you understand that?
I understand that. Okay, that's good.
Now,
And I'm not liking doing it, but I'm not liking that we didn't get you the information.
Okay.
So do we have to run through all these parcel by parcel?
well, that's up to the commission here, but we have a motion on the floor right now. And I have a question for the commission. Do we have a second?
I'll second it for discussion. Let's say that, okay?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead with discussion.
What are the amounts?
That's, I think we should run through each of them. We can just go through it and say the parcel
Well, let's-
number and
yeah.
then what we're gonna put the land and the building at, and then move on each of them so that way it's in the record.
Yep, so.
Because I've got the dollar amounts here that they've
So they're
requested.
requesting,
I can make it really easy for you, Mike.
please do it.
It's on the slides, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't,
Here,
It's on which?
it's on my piece of paper.
Oh,
So
perfect.
then this is what they're requesting, land building. So you just go through and read all those and I'm just gonna assume that everything, not that very last one, but
Yep, this, okay.
yep.
So their request, parcel number 27070000401, land at $6,579. building of 104,500, total of 111,079.
Okay.
So Mike's making the motion.
That is the motion. Is that okay with your second?
I'm just checking here. I would. Yes.
Okay, we got a motion and a second on parcel 401. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes. Okay, parcel 402.
And Carla, unless you want to go through it, this is going to be the same motion on all of, unless,
Okay. No, no.
unless, do any of these files show up on any of these parcels? The comps?
We missed one page. They got the
For
comparable.
for all of these parcels? Yeah, I'm afraid I'm going to have to do this. My motion is to award the request with a land value of $6,507, building structure of 104,500. Am I looking at the right one? Yep, second one? For a total of $111,007.
Got a motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes. Parcel 403.
Again, land of $6,507, structure 104,500, total of $111,007.
Got a second, is there a motion?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes. Parcel 404.
Land, 6,546, building structure, 104,500, total of 111,046.
And I understand that's your motion. I just want to correct myself. That's parcel 403.
Nope, it's 404. We did 403.
Didn't we do first three already?
That's,
That's what am I looking at then?
you're looking at parcel 403.
Oh, I did?
You want me to read them off?
So parcel 403 requested value is land, 6546, structure 104,500 for a total of 111,007.
That was 403. 404 is 6546.
404 is 6562, 104,5, total value 111,062. Is there a misprint on there?
Oh, what am I looking at?
I thought he got these two the same.
Yeah, it's wrong on here.
You read the same
It's
one.
wrong on mine?
It's wrong on yours.
The requested values. We're talking about requested.
We will have
value.
to get this
Where's
correct.
the PT-17s? I give them all to you guys.
It's right here then.
Yeah, I've got the PT-17s.
I'm going to defer to our chairman to read them off, please.
Okay. We're going to expedite this, and I'll read these off, and we'll read off all the parcels. So parcel 403, requested value of the land is 6546. The structure is 104,500 for a total value of $111,007. On parcel 404, the requested land value is $6,562. The structural value of $104,500. Total value $111,062. Parcel 405 is $6,552 with a structural value of $104,500. Total value $111,052. Parcel ending in number 406 has a land value of $6,603, structural value $104,500, total value of $111,103. Parcel ending in 407 has a land value of $6,575, structural value of $104,500, total value $111,075. Parcel ending in number 408, land value $6,549, structural value $104,500, total value $111,049. Parcel ending in number 409, land value at $6,555, structural value of $104,500, total value $111,055. Commissioner, is that your motion?
That is my motion.
I have a motion on parcels 401 through 409 as stated. Is there a second to the motion as stated?
I will second it.
Got a motion and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Aaron's?
Yes.
Didn't want to take your time out, but I thought maybe it would expedite the procedures and you wouldn't object.
Absolutely.
I
Thank
will
you very
bet, though,
much.
we will get to see and have the opportunity to talk to you next year as well, though. We won't, I bet not make the same mistake twice.
Well, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So what they did, the comparables on what you guys did was just basically the same building 3 times or
Yes.
not? Okay, so is that really comparable? I mean, I just want to know for the future, is that, I know it's probably legal, but is that what would you want to get other comparables, or they're not in Harrisburg, or like, I guess I'm,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think the availability of townhome units that have sold in the last 2 years
Mhm.
isn't in great supply in Harrisburg.
Okay.
You know, most of them are brand new. They
Okay.
haven't sold.
Sure.
There happened to be a group that did sell.
Okay.
So those are the ones that were.
those are the ones that sold?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't think there was anything that was even exactly like yours.
Right, and I think that's part of the problem too with the whole.
I want to continue, I want you all to continue
Yep.
to be able to talk, but as
Okay.
far as this committee goes, we'll
Yep.
be in recess now.
We have
Thank
some
you.
people here for something. Hi.
We're at the last number
Yep,
on the
so let's,
docket.
all right, which parcels are, what are you?
They're with us.
Oh, excellent.
We're a family.
Perfect.
You were thinking we had to do some
I just
work?
wanted to make sure we didn't get miss somebody.
This was the same thing.
Anything for consolidated?
Oh, I.
Well, we
no.
probably should for consolidated.
It's up to you, Madam Chair.
Well, it's on my agenda, so let's
Okay.
go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I consider a motion to reconvene as the Consolidated Board of Equalization.
I so move.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Sherry, will you call the roll?
I need to know the 2 other commissioners' names.
Oh,
Josh?
Last name.
Otkin, Otkin.
how do you pronounce it, Josh?
Otkin.
Atkin.
And
Your name, sir.
Jerry, Sean.
Jerry Sean.
Sean? All right.
Welcome.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Atkin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sean?
Yes.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes. Motion carries. We'll move on to our regular agenda. Well, we have a consent agenda item. Ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
There's something on it. I will so move.
I'll second.
Thank you. Sherry, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Poppin?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Atkin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sean?
Yes.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes. We'll move on to our regular agenda for the Consolidated Board of Equalization. We have our first hearing at 6 p.m. and I see Mr. Nelson is present with us. So first, the way this kind of works, if you haven't watched any of them before, Carla will run through her presentation and then you'll have an opportunity to present your appeal.
Awesome.
Go ahead, Carla.
Our first appeal is parcel number 200.14.05.009. It's under the name of Samuel J. and Allison Nelson, located at 320 North Milwaukee here in Canton, South Dakota. It is a single-family home consisting of approximately 2,441 square feet, 3-bedroom, 1 bath. Lot size is approximately 17,688 square feet. We sent out an assessed value of $306,453. Property owner is appealing that value. We did show some comps that occurred within the last year or a little bit better than that, last 18 months. And the most comparable we felt was comparable number 3. It's in the same, relatively same grade, same age, and same size as the subject property. Our assessment range has put the subject property being assessed at $111 per square foot. Our cost from our comparables or our assessments, the range is between 82 and 111, on the top end of that range, but still within the range. Our market approach valuation shows a range between $77 and $153. On the map, you can see the subject property in pink in the south central portion of the map, and the comps are all within Canton. At this point, I would like to give some information on the subject property condition. In 2019, the appraisers did an interior and an exterior inspection of the property. At that time of inspection, the shingle, siding, windows, and doors were all in very good condition. The interior was also in very good condition for the age of the home. The house has been very well maintained throughout the years. With all that information being presented to you, the assessors are making a recommendation to no change on the 2022 assessed valuation.
Thank you. Do commission have any questions for staff? If not, Sam, you wanted to state your name for the record and then go
Sure.
ahead and.
My name is Sam Nelson, and my wife Allison and I own the home at 320 North Milwaukee here in town. My turn?
Yep, is
Okay,
your
excellent.
turn.
Can I provide you folks with a couple of printouts?
You
that I
can
made?
do that, and then there's a screen that you can use up there. If you put it under it, it'll show up there as well.
I've got enough for all the.
Thank you.
I only printed out 6, so.
Here, just let them have.
Thank you. So what I'm handing you is houses A through, I think it's E, and they're houses in town. And I want to start with those. I think out of all the comparables and all the houses that I'm providing you information on, the only home that I actually have not been in personally is comparable number 1 at 504 Broadway. That, just to really grab in all these homes. So I want to walk you through first a little what I believe are my comparables, and then talk a little bit about my assessment of kind of how I think those are comparables and why number 3 on the county's comparable list is not necessarily accurate. A is 616 East 2nd Street. That house is just across the street from me to the north. When I grew up, it was owned by Mike Swenson here in town. And plan-wise, it is essentially an exact carbon copy of the home that I live in. The interior layout is just different. Now, I will agree that they do not have, they have a 2-stall garage and that the depth is 2, but they do not have the unattached garage that I have on my property. But in terms of square footage, that home is similar. Next, we move to 224 East 2nd Street, also a home that's a similar square footage, actually slightly larger, built in the same period as my home. The real important one that I think you folks should look at is C, and that's on the second page. This is 620 East 1st. This is about a block and a half from me. This would be 2 blocks north of me, south facing in Canton. And I'll touch on that one in a little bit. But then if you look at D and E, these homes are also in the same neighborhood of mine. We're all east of Dakota Street except for item B, and they're all built around the same time, and they're all roughly the same square footage. So if you look at A, D, and E, and B, you'll see that those values are substantially less than the assessed value of my home for the 2022 assessment. I bring to your attention C, because while C does not have an unattached garage, which I have, you're looking at 4,864 square feet of livable space. And in the photographs that I provide you, if you look at the back end of the house, you'll see kind of a picture of the front, and then the top right-hand corner, you're going to see a series of windows towards the back of the house. And then if you look at the photo below that, bottom right, you're going to see a same set of windows and a sliding door. That is a huge addition that was put on the house, I want to say, in the last 10 to 15 years before Ann Tryon sold the home. And so my concern with my assessed value is when we look at other comparables in the neighborhood, the only home that's been assessed similar in value to mine is essentially double the square feet of livable finished living space. And so I don't know that the assessed value is accurate. Just a couple other things when you're looking at how you value this. The county's assessed my home as having one full bath. The other comparables, I think, each have two full baths or three. I've been found to have 3 bedrooms above, and all the other ones have 4. And then with respect to 624 Lynn Avenue, I am not able to go and measure their lot size, but I think that their lot size is actually quite a bit bigger than mine. That's the old Van Zee house, and it's next to the Water Tower Park in Canton. And if you go up there, it is on a block that runs from the Water Tower Park essentially all the way to Dakota. But if you look at the block across the street from it, you'll see that comparable really has 3/4 of a city block that it takes up in terms of lot. And so I think that, the lot size is maybe a little bit bigger than what it's assessed at, but also that has a lower level finished basement, which I don't have a finished basement on my lower level. And I guess the last thing I'd point out with respect to my unattached garage is that's essentially a shell. And what I mean by that is I have limited 110 out there. I don't have any plumbing. I don't have any insulation, neither the upper attic area or the main floor of that garage are finished. You look at my assessment from I think the last assessment was 182. I'm here to tell you guys, I get that was low. And I looked at quite the jump when we reassessed me last time to 242. I thought about coming in, but I didn't. I want to pay my fair share, and I think 242, at this point, I'm willing to concede it's probably a little low, but I think 306 is too high. I would respectfully submit that we are maybe looking at an assessed value of my home somewhere between 250 and 270. Perhaps a little higher, but I don't think 306 is appropriate, and I don't think the third comparable is a fair comparison. And I'll also tell you that I don't know that the other 2 comparables the county chose to use were necessarily close either, because they didn't have the attached garage. I do think what I'm going to call the suitor home, which is 604 Broadway, is probably the closest comparable in terms of kind of same type of house, same size lot, and they don't have the attached garage, but I think the middle one's probably the closest. So, I understand I can't stay at the value. They're going up all over the place, and that's life, but I think 306 is too high. And so with that, Madam Chair, that's all I had for you. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have of me.
So I have a question for you, Sam.
Sure.
So is there something that makes the house worth less than what you had paid for it?
We're looking at what people have paid, and if we look at,
I'm just looking at yours.
Yeah,
Is there anything that's wrong with the house as far as since you bought it?
we were very fortunate in, I think it was 19, when everybody got that water. I had a very little bit of water in my basement, and it came up through the floor because of hydrostatic pressure. I had to gut a portion of the basement that has, it was like, the Schultes put in sheetrock, and they put in some stud walls, but they didn't have a base plate, and they had a small area of it, maybe a third of the basement, that had carpet. So I had to gut all that. But other than that, it needs paint on one side. But other than that, no, I don't think it has changed that much, Tiffany. But I will, or Madam Chair, I'm sorry. But I will just note, when we look at the comparables, you have two of them where the purchase price is much higher than the assessed value. I would tend to say properties happen, that's a fairly frequent occurrence.
I've noticed that myself. Do you have any comments that you'd like to make about what Sam presented?
Just a few comments on a couple of the properties that he was using as a comparison. And, you know, this is an older home. It's very unique. There are plenty of homes that have sold in Canton that are relatively close. I mean, it's not always an apples to apples comparison when you're looking at these homes, but we do our very best on the sales that we have. One of the homes he was using was 620 East First Street. I think the biggest thing that I saw in our assessment, it doesn't have the second garage and it's in just a normal condition. We have the subject property in a very good condition state for the age that the house is in. And with our assessment process, condition matters. And we have adjusted older homes accordingly because if they've been well maintained and upkept or some improvements have been noted, we make those valuation differences. So I think I'm just trying to give you a example of what we're looking at on some of his comparables because this is the first time we're hearing of them. As for the 604 Broadway, we do have that in a slightly lower grade. So the appraiser that was their opinion of that particular grade of the home was slightly less. And again, it doesn't include the second garage. I think if the second garage was added in and some of the other amenities, it would probably result in a very similar assessment. Again, we're not always comparing an apple to apple situation. We're giving you an example of properties like his, somewhat like his that are sold, and we're just doing the three approaches to value like we're required to do.
May I respond to that just briefly if I could?
Real briefly, because I'm already 5 minutes over the allotted time.
Sure. I'm going to just tell you about 620. As I said, I've been in the house. The exterior needs a new coat of paint. Ann Tryon lived there, and the interior was and is immaculate. And that addition had in it a brand-new kitchen and a second-floor sunroom. So maybe not quite as well-maintained as my home, but mine's not really good, and that's not in fair condition. They're a lot closer in terms of quality on the interior, in my opinion.
Sure. Thank you. Do any of the other board members have questions for the appellant? Or
Sam,
staff, for that matter?
Sam, your requested value for the structure was $270,000, and I think that's the same amount as the assessors. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's an error in application.
Sam's request on the PT-17 was 228 for the
$228,
building,
Okay.
and 32,000 for the land.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put it to you this way, Commissioner. I think a fair assessment is somewhere between 250 and 270, maybe 275. I understand it has to go up, and I understand I have a nice home, and I'm very privileged to live there. I just think 306 is a bit too steep. I think anything north of 275 is getting steep.
Me personally, I guess, just thinking out loud, I could live with putting the house at 260 and leaving the land where it's at. But I'll entertain a motion if and when anybody's ready.
For staff.
Go ahead.
Ethan, could you please look up the 616 East Second Street, please, for me, and break that one down for me? Or do you? 616 East Second Street. It's his first comp that visually has, I think, a very similar, there's a square footage differential, but a very similar design, I believe.
616 East First Street?
616 East Second Street.
Second, okay, yeah.
And it doesn't, do you have attached or detached garage?
I have an attached garage, and then there is a detached garage in the back.
Okay.
Are you familiar with, maybe to be willing, 616, does that have accessory buildings?
I don't think it does. It has an attached garage that is 2 vehicle lengths. It's one door, but 2 vehicle lengths. And then on the other side of that, it's got a big sunroom. But I don't believe there are any accessory, but there might be like a shed in the back. But,
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's correct. There's just a detached garage. on that property.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Because forgive me, I'm gonna take some time. Because I'm looking at that comp, make an adjustment for square footage. And the fact that would make the whole parcel is 259, 485. So if I make an adjustment just for the square footage, giving it a square foot rate of $100, it jumps the whole parcel up to $280,000. So if I put on the accessory buildings, what's on yours? Do we have that broke out? Okay.
As far as square footage?
No, just what the accessory building is that we have.
The detached garage is $12,894.
So that would put us at 292,800. And you were thinking what on the home, Madam Chair?
260.
I'll make that motion. 260,000 on the home and leaving the land at 36,422.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not,
Amount is how much then, Commissioner Poppins?
10,000 less, well,
10,031 less of the 306.
296,422.
Thank you.
Thank you.
got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, Sherry, we call the roll.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Atkin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sean?
Aye.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes.
I do believe it gets you in line with that similar property.
It's a little better.
A little bit.
It's a little better.
Thanks.
I
Thanks
threw
for
you a
meeting me
bone, Sam.
halfway-ish, kind of, sort of. You guys have a good night.
Thanks for showing up. All right, we'll move on to our 6:10 hearing.
Hello,
Hello, who do we have on the phone?
my name's Bob Ely.
And
I own my LLC owns the property on 9th Street.
okay, the the Director of Equalization is going to give a short summary of her valuation, and then you'll be given an opportunity to present your appeal.
Okay.
Our next appeal is parcel number 200.29.00.2021. It's under the ownership of Emexet 4 LLC, located at 613 West 9th Street here in Canton. We do give a lot of information in regards to a structure, but those structures have been removed. They were removed sometime in December of 2021. But keep in mind, our assessment date is as of November 1, so those buildings still existed. Then this is the complaint that is being heard from the appellant is our assessment showed buildings and they've been removed as of December of 2021. Property was just purchased for $274,000. If we take away all the building values, that would leave the land value at the total assessment at $53,158, and it sold for $274,000. I guess
It sold for $274 with buildings or without?
with buildings, but then they were removed. Excuse me. I think they were removed prior to the sale. No.
It had to been removed before the sale. It wasn't.
It was a condition of closing that the buildings get removed.
So you just bought the
So
land for $274,000.
Yeah, but part of the payment was to reimburse the owner for the cost of demolition.
So we can do one of two things, and this is what I had told the appellant when I had visited with him earlier this year after assessment notices were out. He can appeal it, you can make a decision, or because the buildings are gone. Or he can wait until he gets his tax notice next year and then apply for an abatement because the buildings were gone as of January 1 for the tax year. So no time during the tax year did those buildings exist.
Or we can just fix it now. We can just fix it now if I mean, what's your recommendation?
My recommendation was it can be an abatement process because the buildings were there as of November 1. I don't know if it's truly in a condition for an appeal because we're dealing with assessment equity over market value, but the structures aren't there. So I mean, my recommendation to him was wait until he gets his tax notice and then apply for an abatement. But you as a board can make a different decision.
So the buildings came down in 21, December 21.
Yes.
So we would do an abatement
Carla,
for
do you
1
have a
month.
tier sheet?
I'm curious on this one. How is the land value on the 7 acres? Is this inside the city
This is
limits?
inside city limits.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
What does the board want to do?
Want to raise the land value?
I guess, I'm curious to hear from, I'm curious to hear from the Canton Commission, City Commission, what their thoughts are.
I'd go with the recommendation of the assessor to wait.
The recommendation was to leave the value as it sat as of November 1st of 2021 by law. And then I was directing the appellant could take his abatement process through to the commission after next year taxes have been determined.
I would agree with her.
If that's your motion, I will second it.
Yes.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Asserted, do you want to say anything more? I think we kind of didn't follow our normal.
No, I think it's pretty cut and dry.
Sure.
So if you think the abatement is the way to go, I'll do the abatement. I mean,
Okay, that's what I'm hearing.
as far as I
so-
can tell, I'm indifferent.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense. We'll go ahead and call the roll then.
Commissioner Poppin?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Atkin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sean?
Yes.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes, motion carries. Thanks for appearing tonight.
Thank you all.
You bet.
Have a good evening.
Thanks.
All right, we'll move on to our 6:20 hearing.
That appellant withdrew his appeal. We did get an official appeal.
So John and
withdrawn.
Leah
So,
Peterson withdrew their
Is he
appeal.
sent a
He
written?
did
Yes.
send a written
Thank you.
notice to us.
Excellent.
yes.
Okay.
Hey.
It was verbally last night.
All right, then we'll move on to number 4, if we have people here for it. Sir, which one are you? Are you here for a hearing?
Winter.
Okay. Was there anyone else coming for yours?
Nope.
You want to start a couple minutes early?
Sure, that would be fine.
Okay. Carla, you want to go ahead?
Our next appeal is parcel number 200.45.01.009. It's under the ownership name of William Winter, located at 1008 East 3rd Street here in Canton. It's a single-family home built in 1915. It has approximately 1,616 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. Lot size is approximately 13,200 square feet. We sent the assessment notice out at $123,421. We do show some comps that have taken place that we felt were somewhat similar to the subject property. Felt the most comparable to the subject property was comparable number 2, sold for $182,250, December of 2021. Our assessment price on the subject property is $58 per square foot. Our cost is indicating a valuation range of $64 to $80 per square foot. Our market approach is indicating a range between $61 and $101 per square foot. You can see on the map, in the southeast corner of the map, is where our subject property is located, and our comparables are all within Canton in fairly close proximity. A little bit about the subject condition upon completion of the interior inspection by assessor in 2019, it was determined that the home is in below normal condition. Home foundation is deteriorating, walls are crumbling, cracked walls throughout the home, low slanted ceilings, and a partial basement. The home remains lower than the cost and the value and the market values as it is. So we have accounted for the condition of the home. The assessor's office is recommending no change for the 2022 assessment year.
Thank you. Sir, you want to go ahead with your appeal?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the increase. I think 41% over the previous assessment is a little high, considering there's been no upgrades or complete repairs done to the property. And the land value I think for the lot, it's 2 lots. And the second lot, due to the drainage and the slope, it would be really tough to get anything built on that, even for, a garage or anything like that. Just there's about 8 feet difference in pitch between one corner of the lot to the other. And if you go east and west, it's about 6 to 8 feet in pitch also there on that lot. So I think that is part of the I think that lot should be a little lower than the standard value on that. And then the structure is just the condition of it. It needs complete roof replacement, not repair. Doors, windows, complete replacement, not repair. The foundation, gonna have to have somebody come in and take a look at that. It's partial concrete, partial brick and mortar. It's just the overall condition is why I just kind of think the structure value should be a little lower than it is.
Anybody have any questions for staff or the appellant?
Bill, have you put some new shingles on or anything?
No, that's actually got some estimates for the roof recently, and just the roof is going to be about $20,000 because it's going to have to be the old boards pulled off, and the roof will have to be completely resheeted before shingling. And that was one of the things I actually brought with a copy of a letter from my insurance company where the required repairs for the structure to keep my homeowner's insurance, complete roof, foundation, siding work, and paint are all conditions that I have to meet to keep my homeowner's insurance by the end of this year. But it's just.
Do you have estimates for it?
Only the roof so far. I just got some verbal. I had Todd Trum.
Carla, how did you account for the roof? Like, was there a dollar value?
No, we just observed it as a below normal condition and adjusted accordingly. The entire property structure. We gave it a 50% adjustment.
So the amount of the adjustment?
Well, it's on the entire value of the structure, not just
so you
for.
just took it's just a 50%?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and as also mentioned, the interior condition with just the foundation has shifted enough over the years that every wall in the house has cracks and there's not a straight floor. So I bought it initially to fix up, waited till I got it paid off. But now the amount that's going to take I would have to spend to get it up to the assessed value, I'd have to dump another 40 into it just to meet that value. And I did bring some others, and they're not exact for comps, but they're just on the same street.
Absolutely, Bree.
Yeah, I mean, it's your time,
Okay.
so you go ahead and use your time.
You can
Address?
just set them down, and then they will
Come up there.
magically appear.
All right, let me get them centered here. It's 814 East 3rd, and I went with that just because it's the nearest house to me. It's, right by Jerry. And that overall condition is significantly better than my house. Its square footage is a little bit smaller, but the price on that, I think that sold for $85,000.
When did that sell for 85,000?
That was $418 of 2021. And that's listed as 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath. The property is smaller, and it does have an attached garage. But being, like I say, it's a block from the house, that's why I used that as a comp. And the second one I brought is 715 East 3rd, which is just a block further west of that. And that one, the lot size is similar, square footage is similar, also 4-bedroom, 1 bath. And that sale price, 11/17/21, was $110,000. And like I say, I realize the assessed value does have to increase with the market, but I just think 41% for the overall condition and the, I guess, usability of the secondary lot, or I think it just should be a lower number than that.
So Bill, those are your two comparables. Did you have any other ones?
No, like I say, those are the two closest, and they're both within 2 blocks of the house, and they're, similar in square footage, property size. That's why I went with those two.
Sure. Anybody have any
Well-
questions or comments? What do you guys want to do?
Give me one moment, Madam Chair, and I'll yield to anybody else that has an idea.
The second comp that the appellant had brought to the attention of the commission at 715 East 3rd Street. It looks like it sold for $110,000, and its current assessment is $110,094. So pretty.
Like I said, that one is
That one
really
had been
close in
vacant.
square footage.
Yeah.
They're almost identical. Also,
That
4
had been
bed, 1
vacant
bath.
for a long time.
And
Is
I've
there-
actually been in that house for the water department for a meter, and like I said, the condition of the house for being vacant so long it was in really good condition on the interior. That's why I went with that as
Give me a
for
second.
its condition.
Thank you.
Have you been inside that first comp? That one was in terrible shape.
I have not been in that first
That was
one, no.
vacant too, and that one was terrible shape. But
Yeah, I had not been
We're
in
working
that. I
on,
just
we're
used
working on a
that.
number up here,
Sure.
so
Yeah.
bear with us.
No, that's no problem. Like I say, I had just used the numbers from the reassessment in 19. That's what I used on the appeal form.
Sure.
But I understand it, it does.
Well,
should
thank
go-
you for understanding.
I have a motion, Madam Chair, if you're ready.
Yep, we've got a motion.
I have a motion, I'm gonna change, Lou, using your first comp, and make an adjustment, I'm gonna say there's enough evidence to make a slight adjustment. Placing the, home value at 87,500, leaving the land at the 29,700. Oh, shoot, should have looked at my computer, or calculator before I did that.
Yeah, and the land, the big thing there was it's basically the west lot, that was the vacated street. So the property with the slope all drains to that, and if I were to put a structure there, it would all end up in my neighbor's house.
Total value,
The water.
117,200, that's my motion.
All right, I've got a motion. Sherry, did you get that?
Yep.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, Sherry, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Poppin,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbons,
Yes.
Commissioner Atkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sean,
Yes.
Commissioner Landine.
Yes. Motion carries.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here tonight.
All right, we'll move to our 6:40 if everyone's here. Sir, what, are you here for a hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's your name, sir?
Theodore Dykstra.
Okay, we're not quite to you yet. You're early. That's good.
I didn't know how long it was gonna take me to get here, so I better get here earlier than later. Thank you. Take care. No problem.
Okay, we've got one before you.
Nope, that's fine, no problem.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm on the phone.
We have people on the phone?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
who-
this is Eric Coleman.
Okay, good evening, Eric. The director is going to give her presentation and then you'll have an opportunity to present your appeal, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Our next appeal is parcel number 200.58.00.002, owned by Eric and Mona Holman. Its legal description is Tract 2, Dolan's addition to the City of Canton, Section 24, Township 98, Range 49. It sits on approximately 215,274 square feet, which is approximately 4.94 acres. Thank you, Ethan. We have a current assessed value of $25,833 for the 2022 assessment year. We feel that there's no change as the property falls in line with neighboring property assessments. We don't have any sales that we can use to show what these types of properties are selling for. The only thing that we can show is our assessment equity, and that's what we're providing to the board today, and how we're assessing all properties within Canton of this type of property. The current assessed value for this property is being assessed at 12 cents per square foot. Our assessment equity shows a valuation between $8 8 cents a square foot to 17 cents a square foot. And how we arrived at that price range is again through a tier type system. Our first amount of within our pricing guide, depending on where it was at within Canton, we started at an average lot size, and we put most weight on our assessment on that. And from that, as the lots got larger, we started tiering that down because the assessments and the sale prices didn't match to that first determined assessment per square feet. So we developed a tiered system. Within the PowerPoint, you can also see where the subject property is located in comparison to the comparables that we are indicating on the map. Just to reiterate, we feel that our assessments are equal to one another. Therefore, we are requesting no assessment change to the property.
Does anybody have any questions for staff? If not,
There's no public access to that other than traveling over railroad property, is that right?
Mr. Holman,
Yes.
is there public access to that land?
No, there is not.
Not public, but there is an easement or something to access the property?
There is no legal easement, but because I've been using their path for 7 years, they can't deny me.
Yeah, it's prescriptive by this point.
Yep.
Sir, you can go ahead with your presentation, sir.
Okay. The problem with the prescriptive easement is that the property cannot be improved. I can't put any buildings on there, and there's financing is not allowed. So if I were to sell the property, the buyer would not be able to obtain financing. It would have to be cash. Part of the problem. First of all, the assessor has an impossible task, and
I don't mean to be critical of their thinking or their process, but my property and frankly the other property, it would be the comparable of it would be the number one parcel comparable, which ends in 003. Those are very similar in terms of what can be done with the property, which is literally nothing. I mean, you can take kids down there and go hiking through the woods, or you can take your dog down there to relieve themselves. But other than that, that's about it. The second comparable is way different in that it does have access. And another thing where it is different than my property is that very, very little of it ever floods. It's on high ground. Comparable number 3 kind of looks like mine, but because of the way the banks are, very little of that floods. And that also, comparable number 3, does have access, and I think that they might have gotten it from the elevator to be able to drive over the railroad tracks from the north. So mine is quite unique. I 60% of it floods. The remaining 40% of the property, it doesn't flood every year. I want to clarify that, but it floods regularly enough that I'm not able to fence it off. The remaining 40% that doesn't flood is more than 50% covered by trees, which aesthetically are wonderful. I mean, that's why I bought it, was so, I can go walk in the woods, and also try to keep it cleaned up. When I was growing up, it was pretty nice, and then there were some pretty dark years where there was a lot of junk that was getting put down there. But unfortunately, over half of the trees that are on that property are ash, and so they're going to be. There's a pretty good chance, I should say, that there's going to be a lot of them that are going to be dying. And in the past, I have tried every year to clear up the fallen trees and branches to keep the fuel load low on the property, because there was a fire at the old trestle. There's a new trestle there now, but there was a fire at an old trestle, and there's been quite a few people that hang out down there. I don't know if they fish or if they're what they're doing for sure, but I would hate to have a fire start and burn up all the woods and spread to the elevator and so forth. So I try to be a good steward of the property, but it's more out of love or out of emotional attachment to the property than it is for economic.
Anybody have any questions for the appellant or staff?
I do have a question for staff. Why did we assess his neighboring property at a lower square footage than we did the current assessed property? If it's the same land type, land structure, all of that, what was the reason? I get the square footage is smaller, but maybe what was the reason for that?
On which one?
On number 1 there. So he owns that property as well. That's assessed at square footage at 8 cents, and his current assessment is at 12 cents for the property he is claiming on right now. So just curious
While
as
Ethan
to why
is
we would do
looking it
that.
up, I believe what we did is if it was In the,
It appears that it was appealed last year.
it was appealed last year.
Mr. Holman, since you own that property, which was our comparable number one, would you be able to enlighten us? Did you appeal that last year?
It wasn't last year. It was the year before,
Right.
and I'm in ownership of that with Larry Nelson, Drew Anderson, and Brad Peterson. And Larry did appeal it. I don't know if he's appealing this year or not.
Okay. Thank you.
But I think 2 years ago they were at a pretty similar valuation rate per square foot. The key difference between the two properties, and this just speaks volumes of. I have spent quite a bit of money fencing the property that I own by myself, the subject property that we're talking about, and we have not put a fence across the other property, which is the comparable number one. And you should drive down there. There's lawnmowers, there's tires, there's all kinds of crap down. It's turned into a dump. And I have been able to avoid that on my property because I keep a locked gate. It's not much of a lock. I mean, the fire department, if there was a fire down there, I have two gates, a small walk-through gate, and then I have a larger gate that a fire truck could get through if they needed to battle a fire. But I other than beer cans and diapers and condoms on the east side by the trestle, I haven't had a lot of garbage accumulated on the property that I have. When I do see the garbage, I pick it up and put it in my trash at home. But I'm sorry, I don't know what the rate was 2 years ago or even last year on comparable number one.
Thank you. Okay, what do you guys want to do? Got a motion from somebody?
I guess to me, I've been down there before. I know what that looks like down there. I would say both comparable number one and the property current state are the exact same, other than like Eric said with the fence that he's put around the one we're currently looking at. I would say I would make a motion to at least move it to 8 cents a square foot. So I don't have that calculation, but what is his property now?
$17,222.
That's what that would be if I made that motion.
That it?
What's the square footage of the property?
Is that your motion?
That's my motion, yes.
Okay, is there a second?
17,000 what?
222.
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, Sherry, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Atkin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sean?
Yes.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes. Motion carries. Got a little bit of a break, Eric. Thanks for showing up tonight, and thank you for taking care of the property.
You bet. Well, thank you for hearing me.
All right, we'll go to our 650 hearing.
Our next parcel that we'll be hearing appeal on is parcel number 200.63.02.020, owned by Theodore and Don Dykstra. It's located at 32 Park Lane here in Canton. It's a single-family home built in 1961, 912 square feet, 3 bedroom, 1 bathroom. We don't indicate any lower level finish. We sent an assessment out at $71,805. Initial recommendation is no change. The assessment is below cost and market valuations. We do show some 3 comps that have sold within the last 18 to 24 months. We felt the most comparable was comparable number 1. It was also a 1961 home. It's slightly larger. Sold in April of 2021 for $140,000. Currently, our subject property is being assessed at $59 a square foot. Using the comparables, our assessments on them range between $112 and $136 a square foot. The market is indicating a market valuation between $117 and $161 a square foot. You can see on the map in the northwest corner of the map, the subject property is located in pink. Comparable 3 is just directly across the street. Comps 1 and 2 are pretty close in proximity to the subject property as well. Just to give you some highlights on the information in regarding the condition of the property. The property was first visited in July of 2019 during the reappraisal of Canton, and only the exterior was viewed by the appraiser. On February of 2020, the property was again visited by an appraiser upon request to do an interior walkthrough based on potential appeal. After doing the inspection, the appraiser noted that the interior needed some work and moved the condition of the home accordingly. With all of that information being presented to the board, it's still the consideration by the assessors that we leave the value as the 22 assessment notice went out at $71,805.
No, you're fine. I was just looking. I forgot I would need to let you know to come on up here. Take your time.
And what I have to say is that there's been nothing done to the house whatsoever. I'm obviously not the best of shape. I'm on Social Security, and there's damage to the interior. I mean, you got the exterior of all your houses, and I wrote a deal there that I disagreed with it. And the outside of the house that you got showed here for $140,000 or whatever, and mine's booked at $71,000. Well, what's the insides of them houses look like? Because I've got some pictures on the phone. I'm not a very good picture taker, showing the damage in the house. There's holes in all the doors. I adopted a son back when he was really young, and he had all kinds of problems, quote unquote. And we went through quite a load with him. And anytime he got upset, he was either beat on us or beat on the building. So he beat on the building. But like I say, there's holes in the doors, there's cracks running down the center of the ceiling, and the floors. Some of the tiles broke, and it's should I say it needs a lot of work? Yes, it needs a lot of work on the inside. Yes, it does. Your $140,000 house, I don't know what that looks like inside, but I know, like she said, they were down there in 20 whatever, and they did a walkthrough, and if anything, it got worse than it did back when then. Because I didn't do, well, I'm on Social Security, and just like everybody else, nickels and dimes are hard to come by. And if you don't have the money, you just do the best of what you can. So other than that, like I say, if you want some pictures of some of the damage to the doors, they ended up taking black duct tape, I guess you could say, to patch the holes in the doors, the trim work on the frames of the doors and the windowsills or whatever. Buy a little here and buy a little there, and try to keep it up. And that, I think the increase, I mean, would I, myself, would I give, what would you figure it was, $70,000 for it? Would I? I'm gonna say no, because you're gonna put a fair amount of money in the guts, inside of it, or in the guts, I'm sorry. The outside don't look so bad, but
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Anybody have any questions?
I have a question for staff. We have or haven't been in the home?
We were in the home in February of 2020,
Okay.
so it's been a couple of years.
A couple of years, but in your determination, has it changed much in 2 years? It's worse yet?
as far as damage,
Yes.
I'm gonna say yes. Not a lot, but you're more than welcome to come and look at it. I've got a couple dogs, but they don't eat fresh. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Lee. Well, they haven't. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine.
I'm sorry. But you're more than welcome. I mean, like I said, I'm not the healthiest guy in the world. That's not your guys' problems, but that's how life goes. And if you're sitting on a budget, well, Social Security, if you know anybody's on Social Security, and
Have you applied for a freeze?
pardon me,
Have you applied for a freeze?
Assessment
The
fees.
information that I sent you out, Mr. Dykstra, the application for the freeze, did you apply for that?
no, because I think I was maybe I misunderstood. I was supposed to come to the board meeting
Oh,
first.
okay.
Did I misunderstand it?
Yeah, you
There's
did.
there's some paperwork that you can fill out. It sounds like maybe you'd qualify.
I'm sorry.
So
Yeah, so fill out that information that you got and then make sure that it's here by April 1st of next year.
Well,
You haven't-
there's a statute that if he would have qualified but missed the
Oh,
deadline, the
yep.
board may grant the freeze, but it has to be presented by the treasurer.
Yep, so,
okay.
No.
yeah, get the application filled out that I sent you.
Can
and then
I get
it-
another one because
Yep, I'll go grab it
would I
right now.
please? I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
Oh, no, it's, I just assume everybody knows what I'm saying.
Oh, no, everybody but me. No, I'm sorry.
Yep. Madam Chair, I have a motion to return the valuations to the 21 valuation.
Okay.
And what are they?
It's the 2021 was a total of 67,247. I don't know what the breakout was in 21, but yeah, I would like it.
The land was 17,550 and the improvements were 49,697.
Very good. That's
Thank
my
you.
motion.
Got a motion? Did I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Got a motion and a second by Commissioner Gibbon. Sherry, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Poppin?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Akin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sean?
Yes.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes. Fill out the paperwork.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm done then?
You need the paperwork. Don't
Yep,
leave
yep,
without the
I'm gonna wait
paperwork.
for it, but I wanted to make sure it's clear with you
Yeah,
guys.
you're done with us, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Probably.
Unless you want to get strung up. I mean, is that recorded?
Here's an appraisal on our next appeal.
Okay. Official?
Official appraisal.
Oh. And they did enter it into the record.
I think you submitted it over the weekend.
A bit ago.
Okay, yeah. Oh.
My husband did it, so it could have,
Yeah,
he could have said I
I
did
think
it.
it was
and sat in his
after
truck.
we submitted our information to the board, but that's okay. That's okay.
I just need to make sure you wanted it part of the public record.
Oh, it's fine.
It
Well,
is.
do I?
I'm asking.
If there was not a microphone on or.
Well, if you submit it, it becomes public data.
Oh, that's fine.
I just need to make sure you understand that.
Yeah, if it's trouble, I can yell at him about it, cause he sent it.
Okay, thank you.
Good answer.
Won't yell a lot, he cooks.
All right. We're going to move on to our 7 o'clock hearing. You must be Miranda. Yeah, come on up. Go ahead, Carla.
Our next appeal is parcel number 200.70.01.017, owned by Benjamin and Miranda Owen. It is located at 1301 Holiday Drive here in Canton. It's a 1997 home, single-family property. It consists of 3,360 square feet, approximately 1,084 square feet of lower-level finish in the basement. The lot size is 34,398, so about 3/4 of an acre. We currently have an assessed value of $486,243. It is a rather large home within Canton. It was hard to find some comparables that were actually comparable. I will go into a little more detail with that regard after I go through my presentation. The sales indicated an evaluation, and these were much smaller homes, between $312,000 and $335,500. We felt the most comparable was comparable number one, sold in August of 2020 for $335,000, which equivalents to about $223 a square foot. Our house, our subject property is currently being assessed at $131 a square foot. The cost comparables indicated a value range between $143 and $196 a square foot. The market is indicating a market valuation between $157 and $192 a square foot. Again, these comparables are probably not the most comparable. But you'll see in that appraisal that was submitted by the appellant, even the fee appraiser had to go all over Lincoln County to, especially within the rural areas and Lennox, to find comparables that were comparable. We didn't reach out quite that far. We wanted to keep it more local to our Canton market. So with that information being presented to the board, the assessors are recommending no change to the assessment of $486,243. It's below market, we feel, and below the cost valuation. And just keep in mind that appraisal date was February of 2021, so it's about a year old, and I think everyone is well aware what the market has done, especially the last quarter of 2021.
You're done?
I'm done.
All right. Your turn, Miranda.
We just, after having it appraised just over a year ago, we just thought that a $60,000 jump was significant. We do understand the value is going up, but if you looked around the community now, there are many houses for sale that are size-wise similar in square footage. The mansions for sale on all of those. So if you started comparing now, you'd be able to find comparables. I don't know, I think the Feed Johnson's house is also for sale, and it's very similar, square footage wise.
Do you know what that's listed at?
980,000.
So well below. Well, I mean, you're well below that.
Yeah, but I mean, if you were looking for comparables in listings, size-wise. But a $60,000 jump is significant in value.
Absolutely. It's significant,
Yeah.
but it's what reality is in the housing market now. We have homes that are going over asking price, and the asking prices are higher than one would ever think. So even if I just make a 15%, because we've had a lot of 15% adjustments and higher just because of the market. So even if I use your appraisal, the 425, I mean, that puts us at 488 just in 1 year. And within 1 year, most of homes have jumped by 15% or more. The market is just, I'm not agreeing with it, but that's what it is. But looks like a beautiful home.
I like it.
I don't think you're probably going to go sell it.
Well, not yet.
No. I mean, you're not alone. It's gone. Everyone's been affected by it.
Will it come
and
back
people are
down?
shocked because we've had families that have been, couples in their home for 50 years and we're seeing 50% jumps and more on some of those.
So I guess my question is, will the value come down then? Or will the taxes come down if the value comes down when the market comes back down after inflation cleans out?
Separate two things. Taxes, a separate issue. Assessments, yes, if valuations start to drop, we're required to bring those valuations back
Okay,
down.
so it could come back down
Yeah.
eventually.
Taxes,
Oh, yeah.
it's generated differently.
That's
So
a moving target.
So.
Yeah,
but
no, okay, I
I
definitely
want
understand
everyone
that.
to assure, we're responsible to make sure that if the assessments, if we have a market correction that drops 40%, our sales data will give us that information very quickly, and we'll be able to make that adjustment across the board quite quickly. So.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff or the appellant? If not, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to stay with the Department of Equalization's assessment of this property.
All right, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, Sherry, go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Akin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sean?
Yes.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes.
Oh. I have.
Okay, do you want, we just need to keep one in the file,
Oh, okay.
and we have one there. Or do you have one? Do you have a copy? We'll
No, I
keep
gave
that
you
one.
both.
All right, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in
Yeah,
tonight.
thank you.
Have a good night.
You as well.
Thank you. All right, we are gonna move on to our 710 appeal. Is anyone from DPEP LLC present?
Yes, this is Cameron Gage.
And what did you say your last name was, Cameron?
Gage, G-A-G-E.
All right, thank you very much. The Director of Equalization is going to give her presentation, and then you'll have an opportunity to present your appeal.
Okay.
Go ahead, Carla.
Okay, our next appeal is parcel number 200.73.00.001. It's owned by DPEP LLC. The legal description is Lot 1, Beaver Creek Addition, Canton, to the city of Canton. It's approximately 91,600 square feet, just slightly over 2 acres. We have a current assessed value of 11,001. Note to board members that the property was purchased back in 2015 for $15,000. We do have one sale that we're including with our presentation. The other two comparables are more of an assessment equity, showing the valuation is being assessed accordingly. You can see on our map that the subject property and the three comparables are all within the same location. They're all currently assessed at the 12 cents per square feet based on their size. The sale price that took place, not only on the subject property, but the most current sale indicated a price per square foot of $1.62. So we're well below the market range for these types of property. Therefore, the assessors are recommending no change to the 2022 assessment.
All right, Mr. Gage, go ahead with your appeal.
Okay. I simply just wanted to listen in. I had called in earlier and it said that didn't even need to have the appointment, that I was encouraged to at least listen to the proceedings. And so not going to make a big deal out of a $11,000 assessment. So,
Well, I appreciate becoming part of the process, though.
Yeah.
You did not submit a retraction, so we'll take action on it. Do you have anything else to say? Otherwise, I can present a motion.
well, it's just a situation where I'm seeing everybody around, and not in this particular case, but many fixed income people that because of the hyperinflation and the ridiculous market value right now, are facing situations where they could be forced out of the home they've worked for their whole life to retire in. And really, I think the system needs to be overhauled and needs to go to a setup like some of the other states where you purchase the property and that's what your taxes set on and that's where it stays. And it's adjusted at times of sale.
Do you need any of our
if the market continues-
legislator numbers? I can get them to you.
Yeah, but
it's out of hand.
Thank you for your time, sir. With that, I'd give a motion to stick with our equalization office's recommendation at 12 cents a square foot, giving us a value of,
$11,001.
thank you.
Thank you.
We got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Who seconded it?
I did.
Sean?
No.
Josh.
Oh, sorry.
Got a motion and a second. No further discussion. Sherry, call the roll.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Akin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sean?
Yes.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes.
I do have a question for staff.
Go ahead.
Is the parcel 2007300001 in close proximity to this parcel?
The first comp, is that what you're asking?
Yeah. That's,
Yeah, it's adjoining when that sale is definitely done incorrectly. That's not a good representation. of
okay,
the-
there's something wrong.
There's a house there that's not being included. It wasn't, we talked about that land residual technique.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's.
You'll fix it before next year?
It's only, it's fixed. It's just a representation of this report.
Okay.
The home
Alright.
value should have been removed from that sale price per square foot. for the
Okay.
lot.
Consider a motion
To adjourn?
to recess.
Oh, recess. We have more of consolidated board?
No, not consolidated, but you do have one more that's gonna be on the regular agenda, or the regular Board of Equalization.
Don't we just retire consolidated? No. Or we have to
No, you
recess?
can't till May 3rd.
Oh, thank you. I would motion to recess then.
Thank you. I've got a motion to recess. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Sherry, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Akin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sean?
Yes.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes. Motion carries. We're in recess.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks, everybody. Being as a county board of equalization, please.
See, this is
I
where
can
we
make
start-
this,
This is where we start seeing who's got more stubbornness with them.
well, I can make
Madam
this,
Chair, I will give you a motion to reconvene as
I
board.
can
of-
make this as painful as possible, Poppins.
You
Can I
have a
get a
motion.
second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Sherry?
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes. So we have one item on our county board agenda this evening scheduled for 7:20. It's an appeal by Ryan Abel. Is Mr. Abel appearing or on the phone? No? Okay. Go ahead, Carla.
It's well 7:20. Do we have a number for him at all? I don't want to postpone this one more time. Keep calling. Give him a couple minutes.
I do know that Ryan is traveling from Florida. He was believing to be out of the plane by now.
But maybe he's not.
The case.
We could
Our
move it.
next
We could
appeal?
move it again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sherry,
Yep.
do you have the PT 17 form in front of you?
They have it in front of them.
Can you confirm the phone number?
I don't have that one. Oh, maybe I do. Because of my request yesterday, I do. All right. I do have a phone number.
Okay, would you confirm it? Okay.
Yep, 319-621-9260.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep,
And you guys are good to go if you wanted to leave.
we
Oh,
told
they're
them that.
listening to the entertainment.
Well,
At least somebody else cares.
Our chairman definitely is tired of the entertainment. Well, let's go forward with it.
Okay.
What do you think, Madam Chair? Is that all right?
I think that's fine unless we move it again.
I would, let's hear it.
Well, I did give him the option of the 26th meeting, and he is out of town
So.
and
let's hear
would
it.
not be able to be via phone either on the
Okay.
26th.
Well, let's go then.
Okay. Our next appeal is parcel 100.50.58.B100. It's owned by Ryan and Jennifer Abel. It's a single-family home located at 26946 464th Avenue. Home built in 2004. It consists of approximately 1,600 square feet. It is sitting on 10 acres, 4 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, with approximately 1,440 square feet in the lower level. This appeal was heard at the local level. The local board did lower it to $466,394. I did appeal it back based on assessment equity, and we felt the comparables that we were showing in regarding to the land were sufficient comparables for them to maintain our assessed value. Our 3 comparables are, we felt were comparable to the subject property. Felt the most comparable to the subject property was comparable number 1. That home was purchased in August of 2021 for $650,000. Our assessment on our subject property is $191 per square foot. The cost comparisons or assessments are showing on the 3 comparables are in the range between $167 and $214 a square foot. Our market is indication valuation range between $192 and $275 per square foot. We are using a tiered system for our land valuation. This has been one of the biggest complaints from the appellant. He felt that he was far enough away from any city of Sioux Falls specifically to feel that that did have effect on his property valuation. You can see in the northwest corner of the map, the subject property is listed in pink. Comps 2 and 3 are relatively close to the subject property. And the appellant was highlighting that comp 2 was too close to Sioux Falls to use as a comparable, but I also used comp 1 to help defend our value, and that's a much farther distance from Sioux Falls. A little bit of information in regards to the condition. Upon the assessor's exterior inspection in April of 2015, home is in normal condition. A front deck and rear slab were discovered and added to the assessment in 2016. Previous homeowner did not call back for an interior inspection, and that was prior to Mr. Abel's taking purchase of it. However, the 2019 listing showed, so the previous homeowner did not call back for an interior inspection. However, the 2019 listing shows standard finish with upgraded kitchen and cabinets, open floor great room, and a fully finished and heated 9-car attached garage. That is not assessed as so and would have increased the current assessment. I did talk to Ryan extensively in regards to some of this condition issue. He said the heater doesn't work in the kitchen or in the garage. He stated that he felt the condition of the home was not in the upgraded level that we had indicated. I believe 3, if not 4 times, I had asked for an interior inspection, and all of which he refused to have an assessor come back just this year for any condition changes. His biggest complaint again is he's near a salvage yard. He gets a lot of trash in his yard. It's a constant maintenance to pick up the trash. I felt that, some of this information that he relayed to me, I felt like I needed to relay it to you so you can at least understand his concern on his assessment. With all of that being said, I felt our assessed value was still in a very good range with the comparable properties that we have presented today. Therefore, the assessor's office is recommending no change.
So his location is close to Sioux Falls landfill, I'm taking it then, if he gets a lot of trash in his yard? Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
And he has a 9-car garage?
What's that?
A 9-car garage?
A 9-car garage, that is, yes.
The picture doesn't really give you that indication, but the square footage of the garage is accurate, and if we could show you the sketch if you wanted to, but it's just a deep garage. And
Yeah,
it's
if you
fully
look
finished.
if you look at it on parcel browser, you can see it and the aerial. It's
Yeah.
big.
That's the garage and that's the house.
Ethan, Madam Chair? may I?
Go ahead.
The only thing I'm gonna have a question on is the land. I looked at, Madam Chair pulled up the comp, one. In appearance, it looks like it's a usable farmed piece on comp one. But when I'm looking on the subject parcel, it does not look like it's usable land. Based on.
Farmable?
No, the comp that we submitted.
You're saying
looks-
it's farmable?
Yes, it is farmed.
Okay.
On comp one, so it's usable land. When I'm looking at the subject parcel, back part of that lot, I can't see that at best it's gonna be as pasture type use at best.
Uh-huh.
So, and we have them at the same value.
Yeah, typically, on a residential property, you're not concerned with whether it's farmed or not.
It
The word
goes to whether
usable-
it's usable for something
Well,
else.
the word usable, I think, I don't think that we share the
Level of
same
use.
definition of usable, because
Sure, sure.
if you do look at their property on the parcel browser, you can see they've got mowed paths all the way through this 10 acres where kids ride ATVs.
Okay.
So
It's
Can you
actually a
pull that
mowing,
up?
because I asked him about that, and it's like, he mows it that way so his children can go on hikes and adventures.
and ride their ATVs.
No, they're too young for that.
Okay, can you pull that up for me then and put it on the record?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The mouse or-
Oh. $58, B100.
What did you adjust on the one to the north?
To the north did have a land adjustment, last evening.
What
The
was
board
it?
adjusted
The
it
board
to.
adjusted.
Yeah, do you remember?
To 200,000.
Yep. It was 256, 750, and it was lowered to 200.
Okay.
And I will say, if I can add this to the record, there's got to be more land sales in this township than any township, and anything under 10 acres is selling for $50,000 an acre all day, up to 5 acres.
Keeps dying.
Questions? Motion?
And you've requested to be in the home and it's declined to take an evaluation of it.
Yeah, in regards to the valuation of the house, I did ask, I know at least 3 times if we could enter the property for an assessor to go through and check to see if there's any condition adjustments that could be made.
Madam Chair, would you entertain one last request to see if we can reach him
Sure.
by phone? Can we try it one more time?
You can see from his requested value, it really wasn't a structure. He was requesting 300, we had 306. It was mostly in regards to the land valuation.
Right. Does anybody want to make any adjustments to the land?
I'm comfortable, Madam Chair. With that, I'd move to stay with our Department of Equalization's recommendations.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Carter, are we able to get him? No? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, Sherry, you call the roll?
Commissioner Jerry?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes, motion carries.
Motion to recess?
Yes, motion.
Motion to recess, Madam Chair.
I'll second.
Thank you. Sherry, we call the roll?
By the way, she always wins the battles.
Commissioner Gibbon?
Yes.
Commissioner Poppins?
Yes.
Commissioner Landine?
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.